Iran, but which has spread to Bahrain. There's Kuwait, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, countries that have for years tried to avoid conflict, have been hosting American bases for their own protection. The reason these countries host American bases is because they thought it would make them feel safer, and now some of those countries feel the presence of American troops has made them a target. So this is an extraordinarily uncertain time, and a very uncertain time for the Iranian people, because the Iranian government already, according to many statements that have been put out by Iran and that are being broadcast on Iranian television, is looking for people who might be going out onto the streets, trying to start the protests again. They have deployed more of those basij, the riot police who were responsible for the crackdown that killed thousands of demonstrators, according to multiple human rights groups. So there is real fear, real uncertainty. Traffic today in Tehran was bumper to bumper as people were trying to either get out of the city or go visit their loved ones or get to a safer place. The government made buses free and is encouraging people to get out of Tehran. So there is a real sense of uncertainty from both the government and the people in Tehran at this moment.
And Richard, it's also maybe unintended consequences to, for example, Iran reacting by sending drones or missiles to neighboring countries, because many of those neighboring countries are actually now publicly condemning Iran. And I'm thinking anywhere from Morocco to UAE to Qatar, their reaction to having received some of those drones and that drone that we saw in Bahrain is to condemn Iran.
Absolutely. Saudi Arabia in particular has been strident in its condemnation. And Iran has now found itself in a position where it has more enemies than it did in the past. And this is a very difficult position for the Iranian government. I would say this is the most precarious point that the Iranian government has found itself in since the 1979 revolution, since this Islamic revolutionary government took power and overthrew the Shah. They faced the Iran-Iraq war, which was a devastating war in the 80s, about 1 million people killed on both sides between Iran and Iraq. That was a traumatic experience for the country, of course, but many people rallied behind their government because they faced this enemy in Saddam Hussein. They've had the Green Revolution. They had the Masa Amini protest that you mentioned a couple of years ago that was led by women. But now that they are facing the full brunt of an Israeli and U.S. attack, and now have a lot of new enemies around them in the Persian Gulf, they are in a very difficult position, and they don't have as many allies. They don't have as many military supporters as they did in the past. Their proxy groups, their militias like Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis have been severely weakened by Israel and the United States over the past couple of years. So this is a dangerous moment for Iran, but that doesn't mean that the regime is necessarily going to just collapse and protesters are going to walk into the presidential palace, fly a flag, and there's going to be a flourishing democracy. You could see state collapse. You could see Iran fall into pieces. It's a large mountainous country of 90 million people that has Kurdish areas, that has Arab ethnic areas. It is a complex, it has Persian areas, of course. It is a large, complex country that is one of the basic pillars of the Middle East. It is not an artificial creation like many of the countries in this region carved up after World War I. It is an ancient bedrock of the region, and now it is up in the air. It is profoundly destabilized, and that has potential consequences for the entire globe.
the Parthians and the Sasanians and the Afsharid Empire. I mean, Iran and the Persians have this extraordinary history and culture that you so importantly bring up. But also, I think, Richard, the impact of the 1979 revolution in Iran that was brought to it from Paris aboard an Air France plane, with the coordination and help of the West, mostly the United States. But that regime has had so much impact, as you were saying, but not only with Richard, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let's go to the Israeli Prime Minister.
This fateful campaign will continue as long as it is needed, but you need to really be resilient and strong. I would like to thank the President Trump for his historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him and bless him for this close collaboration. It has truly reached the record of all times, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been calling out for death to Israel, for death for the Americans, and it has brought about the deaths of many Americans and Israelis. Everyone knows that such a murderous regime should have nuclear weapons that can continue threatening the entire humankind, and of course us as well. We started in order to end this threat completely. On the second day of that war for our revival, we said we would change the Middle East. We did it, and the rising lion, and now we will do so even more so with the roar of the lion war. This morning, with a surprising hit, a blow, we hit out at the tyrant Khamenei. For 3 decades, he has been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted those at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all his general staff and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime. This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out to the streets in the masses, because you have to complete this work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help has arrived. And now the time has come to reunite all of you, all the Persians, the Kurds, the Baluchim, the Iranians. The time has come to unify yourselves and to truly topple this regime and ensure your future. Dear Israeli citizens, during the entire war, I watched your resilience. You did not fall into those traps of depression. On the contrary, you stood tall and you gave backing to the government, to the heroes fighting, and to me in order to lead that struggle for our existence. That is exactly how a people of lions fight. Over the next few days, we will still need to stand steadfast and adhere to all the demands and all the instructions of the Home Front Command. There's tremendous symbolism that today is Purim, the 11th day of Adar. Yosef Trumpelbor fell at the Tel Hai battle. His heritage, His heroism is burning within us. At the monument in the panhandle of the Galilee, you can see the roaring lions monument. For many times, I always visited there and looked at that monument, and I always saw you, our people, us, the entire nation of Israel. And with the help of God, that roar of the lion of our soldiers and our pilots will be heard throughout the world. And today, more than ever, the entire world knows Am Israel Chai, the people of Israel live.
The Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly at the end of his comments directly to the Iranian people. I want to bring back Richard Engel. He is in Tel Aviv. Richard, the Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion, and President Trump also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take.
This message that we just heard, I was listening to his Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments as well. This mission that Israel has launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that it is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, now it's up to them, that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is an incredibly risky and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful. Generally, regime changes can happen in one of three ways. You can either send in American troops or foreign troops in general, like the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they bring in opposition leaders like Karzai or Chalabi with them, and then install them as puppet leaders. The U.S. did that in both Iraq and Afghanistan and ended up staying there for many years, and the country still collapsed in both cases into infighting and internecine war and civil war. Or you can hope that there'll be some sort of popular uprising, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are encouraging. Or they can try and engineer some sort of coup, which I think there are many in the U.S. Military who would prefer that third option, that if there is enough military power that there are those in the Iranian government or those in the Iranian military who realize that they have entered into a fight that they cannot lose, and they overthrow the top leadership. But this middle path, the path of hoping that there'll be a popular street revolution and that it will turn out well in a country of 90 million people with deep historic risks, is far from certain. But that is the message that we have been hearing almost word for word from President Trump, and now just moments ago from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Indeed, Richard. I mean, President Trump also, part of his comments, he spoke directly to the armed forces and police of Iran, saying that if you depose your arms, you will have total immunity, or if you don't, you will face certain death. It's really all about the reaction now to, first of all, Richard, how effective the decapitation of the top echelon of the Iranian regime has been, and then what remains of that regime does going forward.
Well, in every war, you would want to know how it ends. What is the day after? What is the exit strategy? And I have not heard really from anyone involved in this military campaign how it is supposed to end, other than this hope that the government will sort of crumble and that an opposition will return. there has been talk in the past about reinstating the Shah. I'm not sure that it's a total accident that Israel chose to name this operation the Lion's Roar. The lion is a symbol of Israel. It is also the old symbol of the Shahs of Iran. If you look at some of the posters and placards that the protesters were holding up calling for the return of the Shah, many of them had the sun and the lion on them. And going back to the days of the Shah, before the 1979 revolution, the Shah was a close ally of the United States. The Shah was a close ally of Israel. When the Shah was overthrown, he escaped and ultimately ended up in the United States. That is why, according to the Iranians, they took over the U.S. embassy and held the diplomats hostage because they wanted the Shah to be returned from the United States, sent back to Iran so he could be tried for war crimes and crimes against his people. I was just in the former U.S. embassy a couple of weeks ago. It has now been turned into a museum celebrating that takeover, celebrating the kidnapping of those American hostages, which Iran thought was a historic triumph because inside the embassy compound they found espionage equipment. Like in many embassies, there are also intelligence stations. So there is this desire that isn't being openly talked about to potentially change the regime and bring back what was there before, which was the royal family.
So much has changed in just the last couple of months. I'm thinking just even the operation that was carried out in Caracas on the 3rd of January, how that was carried out and the repercussions of something like that. But Richard, much more to discuss. We're going to continue with our breaking news. I appreciate your contributions, but it is the top of the hour right now, 2 p.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 p.m. in Tehran, as Iran carries out retaliatory strikes after both the U.S. and Israel staged a major joint attack on the regime. Video shows what appears to be a plane or most probably a drone, Richard was telling us, slamming into a residential building in Bahrain. We're also seeing this strike near a U.S. naval base, also in Bahrain. Take a look at that. Officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets there. Also in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia has seen its territory attacked. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties. Now, within the last hour, U.S. Central Command posting this video of the early morning coordinated strikes. Officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. The Prime Minister of Israel saying that there would be definitely some activity for the next couple of days. NBC's chief correspondent, Keir Simmons, is with us from Dubai once again. Keir, the fact that Morocco would step up and say that they show their complete solidarity and support of, among other places, Saudi Arabia. We have to remember that Morocco has been plagued with the Polisario Front, supported by Iran for decades now, but also other countries in the Middle East also supporting what is going on and opposing Iran, including a conversation that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia just had with Egypt.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Iran, what's happening in this specific region in the Gulf area. The Arab countries here in the Gulf and more widely Jordan, Turkey, Middle Eastern countries, as you mentioned, North Africa, they weren't united in their view of the potential for a strike by the Trump administration on Iran. They are now united in their reaction almost entirely. There are some differences. The Omani foreign minister, who was mediating the talks between Iran and the US, put out a scathing statement earlier today questioning why the Trump administration would launch these strikes when negotiations were continuing. But as you mentioned, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who is an increasingly towering figure in the region, has been speaking to other leaders, including to the president of the United Arab Emirates, where I am. And that is a kind of uniting of those two leaders that we haven't seen for some time. And Mohammed bin Salman, offered complete support for the United Arab Emirates because I am here in Dubai and we have heard explosions right the way through the day. You mentioned CENTCOM. CENTCOM, just as we came to air this hour, Jose, putting out a statement saying it has, and this is US Central Command for people who don't know, saying that they have successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched in retaliation to the strikes. Now, that doesn't surprise me from what we've been hearing. What has surprised me, though, is the images that we have seen. You showed the really frightening one at the beginning there, with the images that we have seen of civilian infrastructure being hit, that apartment block in Bahrain. There's also pictures of a substantial fire outside of a hotel here in Dubai on a very famous part of Dubai called Palm Jumeirah. And the authorities here in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi, they are saying that they have intercepted many of these missiles and drones. They say that it's been a successful operation. Some of the damage on the ground that we're seeing will be the debris from those interceptions landing, but that drone flying into that apartment building is clearly not that, and that is going to stiffen minds. It's going to stiffen views here in this region. And when we talk about whether this is going to escalate, Jose, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. At what point do these countries, who are very cautious in their approach to things, always look for stability, at what point do these countries start to act on what they're now saying, which is that they reserve the right to take their own measures in reaction to this targeting? What the Iranians are trying to do, to just try and help people understand who may be thinking, why is this happening? What the Iranians are trying to do is not just target bases with US servicemen and women in the region, but also by hitting countries that are allies and partners of the United States in this way, hope that those governments will go to Washington and say, listen, you need to stop this. Now, that may still happen. We're in the first day of this, clearly, and this can shift and change the way war does, and there can be a change of view. It can all become too much. But right now, what the Iranians are doing is effectively uniting the region against them, and that cannot be, frankly, for a regime that is weak and is isolated. It's now even more isolated. That being said, there are signs that the kinds of things that we have worried about with an operation like this are playing out. So there are reports that there is simply no marine traffic in the Strait of Hormuz at this point. That's probably not surprising given the threats, but that, as we've been saying again and again, carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. That will impact the oil price and potentially the world economy as we look towards next week, because I think that we have to assume that this is not going to be over in days. I think, frankly, this certainly will stretch into next week, if not beyond. So there is all of that to take in and comprehend, Jose. There are many ways in which this can get out of control, escalate, not go the way that President Trump has planned and hoped for.
I was particularly interested, Keir, in this communique from the Saudi Foreign Ministry, where apparently, according to Saudi Arabia, areas of the Riyadh and eastern provinces of that country, of the kingdom, have seen some attacks from Iran. And the fact that it would be a major publication in Saudi Arabia to mention that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has received a call and is coordinating with the head or the president of Egypt, two in the Middle East and its history of the most significant countries in the area.
Correct. And that's just one of the connections that is being made at this point. Again, I mean, it is uniting these Arab countries and the wider Middle Eastern Islamic bloc, if you like. That's not to say there aren't differences, but Iran is desperate. I mean, what effectively we're seeing here is the Iranian regime, despite what the foreign minister said on our air some hours ago, facing the potential of an existential threat, of a threat to its very existence, and that they are desperately lashing out in any way they can. And just one of the ways that they're trying to do that is to scare people. And that's why I think that drone flying into that apartment block in Bahrain is significant, because where I am here in Dubai, for example, there are millions of people who are not from here, who've come here for a vibrant, capitalist, comfortable, safe city. And this is not something they're used to. Where Richard is in Israel, you could argue, you know, Israelis are fairly thick-skinned about this stuff. They've seen it before. They haven't seen it before here. And many of those people from Europe, from Asia, the many Chinese here, for example, the many Iranians here as well, too, by the way. There are Russians. There are people from all around the world. And they are united by one thing, is that they're here in order to try to live a good life, if you like. And this is not the good life that they're looking for now. Again, the United Arab Emirates government is reassuring people that they are intercepting these munitions, and that effectively the defences are working. But again, you know, in Doha, in Qatar, they are carrying out those interceptions too, but you're seeing some of that debris fall into the streets. In Kuwait, again, the interceptions, but again, indications of civilian locations being hit. And this is an important distinction that I think may be politically important as we looked at the way the region reacts. Civilian locations are being hit, and not just bases housing American servicemen and women. And that, whether that's an error of targeting or a strategy by the Iranians, that is a shift, even just in the past 12 hours, in the way this war is progressing.
And Keir, just wondering, oh, how times have changed. Iran is virtually almost alone, the regime is, as far as major allies, because in the Americas, other than Cuba, they don't have anybody. And Russia, where you have been so many times, and you've actually interviewed Vladimir Putin, Russia has been the receiver of Iranian drones that they've been able to use to target and attack civilians in their war against Ukraine. But what are those countries now looking at when they see what's going on in Iran? What is Russia's position of support and solidarity with that regime?
Yeah, well, President Putin will be furious. He famously doesn't believe in regime change. But that being said, the Russians won't do anything beyond sending military support and making statements. And the reason for that is the Kremlin's entire attention is on Ukraine. And in the end, although they have a security agreement with Iran, you won't see Russian troops arriving in Iran to protect the country. The Chinese support Iran. They do oil trade with Iran, but short of things that we have seen in recent weeks, like Chinese civilian satellites publishing images of bases with the US armory in place, kind of revealing, if you like, the intelligence around those bases. That we're short of that kind of thing. We won't see the Chinese stepping in to act. But that's, in a way, though, not what really matters, because what matters is that the Iranians, while weak, still have the capability to cause chaos. And even if they get weaker, they can still do that. Just think about the fact that, as an example, the Houthis in Yemen, according to the Yemenis, are now threatening shipping in the Red Sea again, but that the Strait of Hormuz now may not be operating. As again, we've said again, that the importance of that for the world economy for oil and gas. And it's not that difficult. We've seen that. I mean, just as, kind of pretty ragtag group like the Houthis have managed to close a shipping lane. The Iranians can easily do that. And it's very difficult to know how the US and Israel would put that genie back in the bottle, if you like. So I guess in a way you could put it this way, and it's an echo from the Iraq War. Okay, the US and Israel aren't putting boots on the ground, but the idea still applies that if you break it, you own it. And that may come to pass with Iran because, again, as you've been discussing through this great broadcasting that you've just been doing in recent hours, Jose, you have to have, what's the plan? If the Iranian regime collapses, what replaces it? Is there a more hardline group of leaders moving into position there? All these questions are unanswered at this point. By the way, there may be an answer. US and Israeli intelligence may be working on that strategy and tactical plan right now. And certainly, as you mentioned, the Shah's son making that statement from America. So there are attempts to encourage Iran to move to a different kind of leadership, but nothing is guaranteed. And one of the things that governments like the United Arab Emirates, where I am, and the Qataris and the Saudis, all of these governments have been really worried about, really most worried about, is that the country collapses into chaos. Iran collapses into chaos.
Indeed, and so many, as you were saying, I mean, it takes very little to possibly cause so much damage. And I'm thinking of, and the president referred to some of the IEDs, or a bomb in a car, like what happened in 1994 in the Amia Jewish Community Center in Argentina. 84 people were killed. It takes something relatively small to potentially cause so much damage. Keir, thank you. Let's continue our coverage together. But I want to go now to New York City. NBC News' Valerie Castro is there. Valerie, what are you seeing?
Jose, we're here in Times Square where this protest has come together just within the last 20 minutes or so. This was organized by a coalition of grassroots organizations calling for an emergency protest against this action in Iran. They have organized this protest not just here in New York City, but called for it in various cities all across the country. At last count, more than 60 cities on that list holding these emergency protests today. Again, you can hear some of the leaders of this protest chanting in the background, various people with signs, many of them saying hands off Iran, calling for the U.S. to not be involved in this conflict and saying that in solidarity with Iran, various signs, stop the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Again, this protest coming together just within the last 20 minutes or so. And as I've said, it's expected to spread to other cities. They're calling for other cities to also hold these emergency protests today and possibly continuing them throughout the weekend. Jose, we should also note that the NYPD says it is monitoring the events happening overseas and stepping up patrols at various locations, houses of worship, the UN, the One World Trade Center downtown, just as a precaution at this time, but again, closely monitoring everything happening overseas. Jose?
Valerie Castro in New York City, thank you so very much. By the way, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke just moments ago. We actually saw that together. He talked about that Israeli attack on Iran, and he spoke about targeting Iran's supreme leader. Here's more of what he had to say. Let's listen in. That, meanwhile, while we're going to get that sound, I'm showing you these images. They're coming out of Dubai, where there have been attacks. There have been attacks in Bahrain. We were just witnessing that attack of what seemed to be a drone right into a building in Bahrain. But here is more, and we should kind of listen to this real carefully, because this is what the Prime Minister of Israel had to say about the leadership in Iran.
This morning, with a surprising hit, a blow, we hit out at the tyrant Khamenei For 3 decades, he has been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted those at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood, of the Revolutionary Guard, and all of general staff and others.
So there we heard it, and it's really important that we kind of replayed that and very clearly listened to what the Prime Minister of Israel said. He said that Khamenei is no longer with us. That's what he said in that comment that we all just heard. I want to bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Steve Warren. Colonel, when the Prime Minister of Israel starts his comments about this largest operation, air operation in the history of the Israeli Air Force, and he says that the leader, that Khamenei, is no longer with us, I guess they have intelligence inside Iran.
That's a significant statement, and I'm so glad that you brought it up and have led with that, because I think if Khamenei is really gone, and we don't know if gone means he fled, if gone means he's been killed, or if gone means something else. But regardless, if we or the Israelis have successfully decapitated, to use the sort of in vogue term right now, decapitated this regime, it is a significant development. Now, what we do not know is what the Iranian succession plan is. There have been reports over the last several weeks that the Iranians have begun or had begun planning successions. So if the supreme leader dies, if the president is killed, if the IRGC commander is killed, we've received reports, they had begun planning for succession. So now that plan will be put to the test. If what Prime Minister Netanyahu said is accurate, that plan will be put to the test, and we'll see. It's possible that the regime, when decapitated, could collapse. It's also possible there is a competent replacement who will continue with the Iranians' current operations. There are also countless other possibilities.
Colonel, when the IDF actually comes out with a statement, and I still have it here, and I want to kind of go over with some of the wording of it with you. So it's the largest military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force. Approximately 200 fighter jets with the direction of IDF intelligence and the Israeli armed forces completed the attack against the missile array and defense systems of Iran. This is the largest military flyover in the history of the Israeli Air Force. And when we're talking about the Israeli Air Force and the largest flyover in its history, we're talking pretty massive.
It's extraordinarily massive and probably a large percentage of the Israeli Air Force. And when you add in on top of that, don't forget, we have the largest U.S. concentration of firepower in the Middle East in a generation. And that's coming directly from U.S. Central Command, the largest in a generation. So when you add the largest flyover in Israeli history to the largest concentration of American power in a generation, we are talking about staggering force. And while we have not yet seen much, the images that we're showing here are, for want of a better phrase, friendlies, or greens, right? Allies and partners. We haven't seen a lot of images of the destruction, the damage that's been caused in Iran. But I am quite certain that based on the fact we've had the largest Israeli flyover in that nation's history and the largest U.S. concentration of force in a generation, I am willing to believe that the destruction across Iran right now is significant.
And Colonel, when we saw last summer when the U.S. used those bunker buster bombs to hit at underground in mountain areas, some of the nuclear facilities that Iran was constructing or had already constructed, much of their missile systems and their structural part of their short and mid-length missile systems are also in bunkerized mountainous areas.
That's right, as well as their stockpiles of weapon systems now. And we've been cycling through some of the images released by United States Central Command of radars being destroyed and of mobile missile launchers being destroyed. What the Iranians will do is they will take their mobile missile launchers, and so people can get an understanding of it, think of an 18-wheeler, a semi-truck, but instead of the big cab on the back, it's a missile launcher. But what the Iranians will do, and what many nations will do, is take those and hide them underground, and then bring them up to the surface to fire. So these missiles that we're seeing, these strikes that we're seeing on TV right now, would be that. These trucks or launchers come up from underground, they'll fire, and then they'll try to hide again back underground. And so what we, the United States and Israel, will do is to try to destroy their radars. We'll try to destroy those launchers when they are exposed and when necessary, because we often know where these underground hiding places are. We'll try to destroy those as well. So again, this massive use of firepower, both air capabilities, sea-launched missile capabilities, probably submarine-launched missile capabilities, and ground-launched missiles and rockets. All of this coming together against Iranian targets. And again, United States Central Command has kind of outlined for us what they have been striking. Revolutionary Guard Corps Command and Control, Iranian air defense, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. So what we're trying to do here is cripple the Iranians' ability to strike back. Now, we're seeing on TV, obviously that hasn't fully happened yet. They have been able to penetrate some of our allies and partners' airspace with everything from Shahed drones, which are kind of these one-way attack drones, to what we're seeing now appears to be a missile or a rocket coming in. So they have been able to get some things through. They clearly still have some capabilities, but it's being degraded now, I think, really by the hour.
Colonel, thank you so very much. I want to bring in NBC's Yasmin Vousoughian, who's been speaking with her sources inside Iran. She is with us today. Yasmin, great seeing you. You know, Yasmin, I just can't stop thinking about the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people in Iran who almost from the first years after 1979 till today have taken to the streets and have screamed for help to topple a regime that has been systematically evaporating their human rights. And I can't stop thinking of Masha Amini in 2022, or the thousands of people that just from December of last year till today took to the streets in more than 200 cities across Iran asking for freedom. And many of them were just tortured and killed. What are you hearing from inside Iran today?
Well, look, I will say, Jose, that when this regime came to power in 1979, Iranians were supportive of this regime. A lot of them were, in fact, and were unhappy with the way in which the Shah was running that country, hence why they came to power in the first place. One of the reasons why, though, it seems as if they were able to sustain and maintain power inside Iran was because of the Iran-Iraq war and the support that Iran was getting from the outside against Iraq. If we fast forward to today, I've been speaking to a lot of folks inside that country, and I will say I literally just a few minutes ago, as I was walking into the building, got a message from a source on the ground in Iran saying it has been quiet for some time. I'm reading verbatim from my phone. All roads leading out of Tehran are completely blocked. The city itself is super quiet. People were lining up to buy supplies. We are staying put and bracing for a busy night. If we back up for a moment, right now it is around 10 p.m. local time in Iran. Earlier today, when all of this was taking place, the picture was quite different. Iranians were hearing, as I was being told, explosions happening all throughout the city. There was a run, as I just mentioned, a blockade of streets, right? Traffic building up in the streets. This is an incredibly dense city in Tehran, so a lot of Iranians wanting to get out. But before they got out, Jose, many of them stopping to get gas, to get petrol, to fill up, to get to where they are going, knowing they may be on the road for 12, 13, even 14 hours. Iranians scared, but also having to reconcile that with a feeling of thrill, right? A feeling of the possibility of potential change to their government inside Iran. There are also those, Jose, though, that are angry, that they felt as if these negotiations were going in a good direction, and now this war has started it. And these aren't people necessarily that support this regime. These are people that do not want to see the degradation and the ruins of their country from this war. And the reason why they're thinking of that is because of their neighbors, what happened to Afghanistan and what happened to Iraq in those wars and what was left once the United States pulled out. And so as Iranians are looking at these images and experiencing these explosions happening literally next door to their homes, because again, an incredibly dense city of Tehran, these explosions happening next door to apartment buildings in which civilians are living in, they are imagining and hoping that this happens quickly, that they minimize civilian casualties because of this war, amidst this war, and that they are able to overturn the regime in a peaceful way. Whether or not that's going to happen, I think, Jose, is really the big question, because there are so many layers to the leadership within Iran. You were just talking about the possibility as to whether or not the Supreme Leader Khamenei is dead. Listen, we don't know that reporting, if that reporting is accurate, right? That is what the Israelis are saying. We have not confirmed that on our end. If, in fact, that is true, that would be a big deal. But make no mistake, Jose, they have a succession plan in place. Khamenei is 86 years old. He's an incredibly ill man. They have had a succession plan in place for him for some time, with or without this war. There's also, though, the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, that is also in charge of Iran. So they're going to have to be toppled as well if, in fact, they want true and ultimate regime change. And it will, at the end of the day, rely on the American people, not the American people, excuse me, the Iranian people, Jose, to pull that off.
Yeah, and, and President Trump, in his overnight comments, specifically spoke to the Iranian military and the Revolutionary Guard, saying, depose your arms and you will have complete amnesty, and if you don't, you will face certain death. Richard Engel was telling us a little while ago how, and I think it's important to focus a little bit on what is Iran. Iran isn't an area that was created by a pen on a map by Churchill after World War II. Iran has this extraordinarily deep and brilliant culture, history, and knowledge. And so is there a possibility, Yasmin, that that extraordinary richness that is the Persian people, that is Iran, could evolve out of what could very well be the decapitation of the Iranian mullah regime into something that could possibly avoid what you described and what we've seen in other places?
I wish assuredly I could answer that question. If I could, then I would bet for it on Kalshi and make some money off of it if I had the ability to do so. I don't think anybody really could answer that question. Although I will say, you're right, there is thousands of years of history. There is a deep and rich culture inside Iran. There is an incredibly strong and successful diaspora that is connected to both Iranians inside Iran, along with the government here in the United States and governments around this country that are rallying on behalf of the Iranians that are in Iran and that are facing the threat of execution and of killing under this regime. And so I think the possibility of Iranians emerging from this, victorious, shall we say, being able to build a, capable democracy, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. But, with anything, there are layers, right? There are interest groups within Iran as well that will have to be overcome. There is decades and decades of corruption that Iran has faced, centuries really of corruption that will have to be overcome. It's not easy to put into place a democracy. I mean, I don't want to give a history lesson here on television, but you think back to 1953, and this is where, kind of the animosity so much between Iran and the United States started. The 1953 coup of Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader of Iran. And who pulled off that coup? It was the CIA. It was the United States. And that is why, for so long, Iranians have been against U.S. and Western intervention because of that very moment. We put into place, right, this is them saying that, we put into place this individual in 1953, you came in, you took him out, and you put the Shah in. And so, at the end of the day, it's one of the reasons why this needs to be at the hands of Iranians themselves. But it is also why so many of them were calling for help from the quote-unquote West throughout those protests back in January, because they knew they couldn't do it themselves. And they don't necessarily have an exit plan. If we think about this, right, there have been a lot of leaders inside Iran, people that are against the current regime that have been jailed, right? This is a story, an age-old story with authoritarian regimes we've heard over and over again. There's also this leader here in the United States, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, who has spoken up a lot pretty recently about wanting to be maybe a transitional leader inside Iran as they figure out what comes next if they're able to overthrow this regime. At one point, he didn't necessarily seem like a viable leader. Now it seems as if he is gaining some popularity domestically inside Iran, and that is only because they don't really have any other choice. And again, it speaks also to the desperation in Iran, where they feel as if their backs are up against a wall, and something has to change. And so if something is going to change, they need help to do it, but they're going to do it themselves, and then they need someone to come in and help them transition to where they are going to go. But it will not, Jose, and I can guarantee you this, will not be an easy task for Iran. Will it end up like Afghanistan is today or Iraq is today? I think a lot of folks are hoping not. And let's not forget, Jose, in the last 48 hours, there was war declared between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So as we are seeing all of these missiles going off, right, flying into Dubai, to Israel, to Iran. You also have on the border with Iran, Afghanistan and Pakistan also currently at war.
Yasmin, between us, it is important that you do give us a history lesson, because this is what, to quote Santayana, he who ignores the past is condemned to relive it. And it is important that you bring us the perspective that is so critical for us to know. And I would add that whereas it is uncontestable that in 1953, the United States and the CIA was instrumental in destroying that process that had begun in Iran, the United States and the CIA was almost, and brought in the Shah, it was almost equally as responsible in 1979 for removing the Shah and bringing in the Ayatollah Khomeini and his group on that Air France flight from Paris.
Right. Yeah, it was then President Jimmy Carter who essentially escorted Khomeini off that plane after he was extradited, after he was exiled to Paris and then brought back to Tehran. So the United States has been integral in all of the transitions that have happened inside Iran. Politically, and they are obviously proving themselves to be integral in this moment now. The question is what happens next.
Brilliant journalist and historian, Yasmin, we're going to continue our conversation.
Wouldn't call myself
Thank
a
you.
historian, but thank you, Jose.
I want to bring in our international correspondent, Matt Bradley. He is in Tel Aviv. Matt, what's the situation been like? I know that last time we spoke, you were in that underground safe location. You are now above ground, as I can see. What's been happening now?
That's right, breathing the fresh air here. We've been hearing bombardments, we've been hearing air raid sirens for the entire day, and that's why we just, every time we thought we had a break, we're going to bring the camera up here and show you the skyline, we kept hearing another air raid siren. Well, now it's been about an hour, at least, without an air raid siren. We could hear one again. We don't know what this means. It's hard to parse out, whether these individual moments where we're seeing some quiet or not hearing any incoming, whether or not that means that this has subsided. As we've been hearing from the U.S., we're expecting that this could take days or weeks. But there are some new things that have come up in just the past hour. We heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister. He addressed the Israeli public in Hebrew in a short speech in which he implied, but didn't outright say, that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei could have been killed by the Israelis. Now, this has been the topic of speculation all day long, particularly in the Israeli press, where we've been hearing bits and bobs from different Israeli security officials, unnamed people, quoted saying that they think that Khamenei might have been killed. Just now, we're hearing from Israeli Channel 12 saying that Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed. Now, NBC News doesn't have that confirmed. The Israeli government has not come out and said that resolutely, and we certainly haven't heard that from the Iranians themselves. But that is an important step. Israeli Channel 12 reporting that Khamenei has been killed by Israeli or American bombardment. So this really could change the trajectory. This is the first real indication of what's happening on the ground with Iran's leadership. And again, we don't have this confirmed, but if it turns out that this is true, that could really shorten the armed part of this conflict and usher in what Yasmin and what you guys have been talking about, the period of uncertainty that comes after the assassination of Khamenei, what could become the collapse of the regime, what could become a new insurrection by opponents of the regime in Iran, who President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have both called upon to seize the reins of government. President Trump saying that they're only going to have this one chance once in generations in order to do that. So if Khamenei has been killed, if President Masoud Pezeshkian has also been killed, which has also been the subject of feverish speculation here in Israel, then that could mean a real big political opening for opponents of the regime. It could also mean that even more hardliners within the regime could snatch control and decide to take a much stronger approach against the United States and Israel, one that doesn't involve negotiations, one that would essentially could possibly turn Iran into a country that is just a wounded animal, that has nothing left to lose, and that could lash out even more violently than it already has. It depends on what happened in the strikes today and what kind of military capabilities the Iranians have left. We're only getting sightings of what's left just now. That brings us to this very moment where, as I said, we've come up on the roof. We haven't been hearing sirens for a while. We don't know if this is it.
Now, Bradley, thank you so very much. I want to bring in Ambassador Dennis Ross, who served as Middle East envoy during the Clinton administration. Ambassador, it's always great seeing you. Your reaction to what we've been seeing over the past hours?
Well, I think the number one word that captures everything is uncertainty. It's uncertain exactly how long this will go on. It's uncertain exactly what the status of the Iranian leadership is. It's uncertain what are the capabilities that they have remaining. Matt was just talking about they could be a wounded animal, but a wounded animal that has been substantially disarmed is not the same as a wounded animal that actually doesn't have a lot left. Much of what the U.S. and Israel have clearly been trying to do is not only ensure there's no remaining air defense, so there's complete mastery over Iranian airspace, but they've also been going after the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, the drones, the depots, the launchers. The key to the ballistic missiles are the launchers. In the June war, the Israelis had been able to destroy about 80% of those launchers. So the real question is, how much has the Iranian offensive capability been depleted already? And what impact is that likely to have if we've seen the leadership, Khamenei, has been killed. If he has been killed, one question you have to have in mind is, even if you want to negotiate an end to this, who are you going to do it with? Has the administration created, in advance of this, some contacts within the regime so that you are in a position where you can say, okay, if you want to stop, we're able to stop. Here's what we need to be able to do it on our side. Do we have those kinds of contacts? The only thing I'll say that's certain at this point is Iran is dramatically weaker militarily than it was before. How one takes advantage of that remains to be seen.
And so what is it that made it weaker than it was before? And I'm wondering how that plays into the possibility that if the top leadership of that regime have been eliminated, there is something that could evolve with those that remain. And President Trump, in his remarks overnight, said to those in the armed forces, the police, and the Revolutionary Guard, if you put down your weapons, you will have total immunity. If not, you will face certain death. What are the possibilities, probabilities that something like that could carry out if the top echelon has been taken out, but there's that important segment left of those who have been enjoying the fruits of power there for many years, but that may be seeing how they could survive?
You know, one of the interesting things, if you look historically, your previous segment when you were talking about Yasmin, you said you do want to be aware of the history, quoting Santayana. In 1988, when Iran was involved with the Iran-Iraq War, but the U.S. was reflagging tankers. Iran had been attacking Iraq and it had tried to cut off all of its revenue by going after oil tankers. We reflagged those tankers. Suddenly, we were destroying the Iranian Navy. We were knocking out oil platform. And they then had a prime minister, Moussaoui, and with Johnny, they went to this, what is now a shooting war with the U.S. The regime is going to collapse. And Khomeini said it was like drinking poison from a chalice, but he ended the war with Iraq. Now, why do I mention that now? It is conceivable, apropos of your question, that there are some in the regime who basically look at the Khomeini policy and say, you invested over the last almost 40 years $500 billion in the nuclear infrastructure, and that's gone. You invested huge amounts of money in a proxy network, and we don't see any of them coming our defense. Basically, that's been wasted money. We can't provide water. We can't provide electricity domestically. We have a currency of no value. And it's only a matter of time before our own public in this circumstance is going to basically overwhelm the regime. So maybe this is a moment to save what's left. Now, the question, that's why I come back to what I was saying before. Is it possible that at the second or third level of this regime, somehow we have been able to create a set of contacts? I'm asking that. I don't know the answer to that. I would have hoped, and I'll put it that way, if we were going to engage in this kind of an operation, we would have had those connections in advance. We would have built them in advance, recognizing the only way you have a chance to sort of bring this to a conclusion early and on a track that is a track that we would like to see, meaning one that does create the potential for understandings in a transition, that does create a circumstance where we and others then could be helpful to a successor transitional regime. Under those circumstances, you actually could manage this. You know, I talk a lot about statecraft because I write about that. Good statecraft is always characterized by marrying objectives and means. What's clear here is we have a lot of means. What's less clear to me is what exactly the objective is. If you had been thinking about an objective along the lines that we've just been discussing, which is creating an environment where those within the regime who realize there has to be a fundamental change in terms of Iran's orientation, both towards the outside and the inside, and had we created connections with them, then the use of force would be in the particular objective. Right now, it feels to me like the use of force may be more geared towards imposing a high price on the regime for what they did to their citizens, to show you don't get away with that with impunity, and to weaken Iran's ability to threaten any of its neighbors. That seems to me to be more of what the objective is, and there seems to be more of a hope that you'll have a public that will take advantage of what President Trump was talking about as a one-time opportunity. That's more hope and aspiration than it is a real plan.
You know, I just, with the fortune that we have of being able to speak with you in these such critical moments, I want to, you talk about diplomacy, right? And I'm thinking there have been so many times in our history where there are good faith attempts to reach agreements with other governments, or in the case, for example, of July in 2000, for the United States to play a part in reaching agreements between two essentially enemies, right? And yet sometimes those groups aren't willing to do what is the best for their own existence or their own people. And so I'm just wondering, is there a possibility that some forces inside that regime could turn the page and look for the best interests of the Persian people?
Look, it's a wonderful question. Obviously, I took part in what you were talking about in July of 2000. The key thing I think here is to note, in the aftermath of the June War, there clearly were signs of a debate within the elite, and it was very much focused on this question of, we have had a strategy that has completely failed. It's time to change that strategy. It was impossible to implement a different approach as long as the supreme leader was there. Now, is there an opening here? Are there people like that? I will tell you, obviously, I've engaged in a lot of track 2 diplomacy, informal kind of diplomacy involving non-official discussions. I've met Iranians who I've found not only to be highly capable, but desirous of a very different future. Having said that, I look at, there's an opposition, the Iranian opposition outside of Iran is made up of different kinds of factions, and they've never been able to create a reconciliation among themselves. You know, the idea that there'll be a rapid coalescence that will be coherent, I don't see that that's necessarily something that can be is likely to emerge anytime soon. But it comes back to what I was saying before, Jose, that are there people that the administration have created connections with, either because we discover them on our own, through our own intelligence means, or because maybe some of our allies in the region have those contacts? You know, I still hope that maybe something along those lines has been done. I still hope that in advance of deciding to do something like this, you would have tried to cultivate those kinds of relationships.
Yeah. I always appreciate the time that I have to listen to and learn from you. I thank you for being with us today on this so critical day.
My pleasure. Good to be with you as always.
Thanks. I want to bring in NBC News business and economy reporter Ali Kanal. Ali, there is the discussion and possibility that the attack on Iran could have an impact on world oil prices.
Yep, I've been talking to analysts all morning, and they do expect once markets reopen Sunday evening that we will see a spike in oil that could be anywhere from a few dollars more in the price of crude to as much as $20. That would push us firmly into that $80 to $90 per barrel territory. It's been some time since we've seen that level. And when it comes to how that translates into gas prices, that could actually happen pretty quickly. So as a rule of thumb here, every $1 move in the price of crude, that adds about 2 to 3 cents per gallon. So analysts tell me that any sharp spike in crude oil, that could mean an additional 10 to 25 cents at the price we pay at the pump. And this comes due in the midst of seasonal factors already increasing the price of gas. Now, how much this all rises depends on whether this stays contained, whether there's further escalations. Iran itself only produces about 3 to 4% of global oil, and much of that is already sanctioned. China, the main supplier there. So its direct impact is somewhat limited. The bigger issue here is shipping, particularly when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the strait is a narrow passageway. It's in the Middle East. It sits along the southern coast of Iran, and it's one of the most important energy chokeholds in the world. You're seeing a photo of that now. So while Iran only produces a small share of the world's oil, it sits in a position to disrupt a much larger share of global shipments, especially for major producers like Saudi Arabia. So that's something that analysts are watching really closely, and that's where you'll see most of the impact here when it comes to the price of crude and therefore the price you pay here at the gas stations at home.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Ali, as you're telling us all of this, what impact, or if any, what's happened in Venezuela since the 3rd of January when the United States took out Nicolás Maduro and his wife from that bunker there. He's awaiting trial in New York. Since then, President Trump has said that the United States has received more than 80 million barrels of oil from Venezuela. It still needs to be processed in Texas, but that may have some mitigating factor in the price of oil, although it's easy for the price of oil to go up, tougher for it to come down.
Yeah, and I will say when it comes to Venezuela, I asked this exact question to analysts. Was that part of the calculus from this administration to boost the global supply of oil through Venezuela? And they told me that this will take years. It will take years for Venezuelan oil to be able to significantly kind of be a part of this ecosystem here. Also, you have to remember, Venezuela also a very small player here when it comes to the global production stage for oil, only around 1 million barrels a day. You have Iran that produces 3 million barrels. So it's kind of a drop in the bucket here, but certainly it's something the administration has been pushing. They want those major oil and gas companies to drill, baby, drill in Venezuela. We'll see how this plays out, but by and large, it doesn't seem to be much of a factor here when it comes to the immediate supply available on the market.
And certainly the sanctions that over the years and recently Iran has faced for its oil and the whole canal issue. But the fact that Venezuela has the largest reserves of oil in the world and yet is unable or has been unable to produce enough supply tells you a whole lot about the inefficiency of that Chavez/Maduro regime. Thank you so very much, Ali, for being with us. Very, very much appreciate. We will have much more coverage ahead right here on NBC News Now and online at NBCnews.com. Tom Llamas will be back with more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Jose Diaz-Balart. Yasmin Vasugian picks up the coverage right after this.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. I'm Yasmin Vestugian here at NBC News headquarters in New York, and we are coming on the air with breaking news in the Middle East. A massive escalation after the U.S. and Israel staged a major joint attack on the Iranian regime. U.S. officials telling NBC News that those strikes are significant and not small, adding that they could potentially last up to several days. Iran staging retaliatory strikes on multiple U.S. military facilities, with videos showing destruction like you're seeing here. Here you can see what appears to be a plane or possibly even a drone slamming into a residential building in Bahrain. Officials saying Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets there and also in the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan, along with Qatar, where we saw this terrifying scene appearing to show a missile falling right out of the sky in Doha, exploding into a fireball, sending people on the ground running for their lives. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties. Within the last hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke about the attack on Iran, signaling new information about what may have happened to Iran's supreme leader. Here is more of what he had to say.
This morning, with a surprising hit, a blow, we hit out at the tyrant Khamenei. For 3 decades, he has been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted those at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood, of the Revolutionary Guard, and all his general staff and others.
So we should also know that even as Israel's prime minister says that, he is the first person to say this. And according to our translation, that is not a definitive declaration that Khamenei is dead. U.S. officials still have not confirmed anything about the whereabouts or the condition of Iran's supreme leader. NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is joining me now from Dubai. I mean, if that is in fact the case, Keir, that would be huge, huge news. But we have to also take that in stride, knowing that Iran has prepared for this moment and a potential succession plan if in fact the supreme leader is killed in these attacks.
Yeah, look, it's impossible to exaggerate what a big deal this is if it is the case. And that's why we're focused on it, Yasmin, even though it's not clear. As you rightly mentioned, we don't currently have reporting that indicates that US intelligence has information about the whereabouts or the health of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. But to state the obvious, he is the leader of a sovereign country. And what we're talking about here is whether he has been assassinated. And no matter what you think of him or what the US or Israel thinks of him, that is a important moment if that is the case. Now, we should say that the Iranian Foreign Ministry has said that he is safe and well. When the Iranian Foreign Minister was on our air some hours ago, he was asked directly whether Ayatollah Khamenei was alive, and he said, as far as I know, he is. And so while there are pictures of a compound that is known to be associated with Ayatollah Khamenei that has sustained substantial damage, whether or not that means that he has been killed is still a question. But again, it is a question that we are going to be focused on in the coming hours because it is so impactful if it does turn out to be the case, and we will wait to see. To answer another part of your question there, Yasmin, and you know this as well as I do, he's 86 years old. He's not in great health. After all, he's 86. Anyone who's 86, has some challenges, obviously. So you could argue that he wouldn't necessarily be around for. Well, it's hard to know, but of course, you never know. But you could argue that he had less time ahead of him as a leader of Iran, and therefore there was already talk about who would replace him. His son, for example, lots of talk about whether his son would replace him, lots of talk about how an Islamic republic could be, how there could be a handover in leadership from a father to a son. It seems to be against the ideology. That kind of conversation was happening. And then just another thing to say about Iran. You know Iran so well, so you know this very well, as I do, that another thing to say about Iranian leadership is that it is a web. It's almost a bureaucracy. Almost, you know, you compare it with a communist country of previous eras. You know, it is a web of military and militia and bureaucrats with committee after committee in region after region. It is very much rooted in Iranian society. That's not to say that things can't change suddenly. That's happened in the past in Iran, notably 1979, of course. But the question of whether the leader of Iran is still alive, swiftly followed by the question of who will take over from him, and whether or not this is the end of the Iranian regime. And it very well may not be, no matter what the answer to that first question is. I will say one more thing before I throw back to you, and you may want to ask me other questions, but I'm here in the Gulf, in Dubai, where right the way through the day, Yasmin, I've heard explosions, talking to friends and colleagues here who've been witnessing multiple explosions as munitions have been intercepted. There's video of a fire outside in the entrance to a swanky hotel here. It's in a place called Palm Jumeirah, which is famous. Sure. The onslaught from Iran on this region has been unrelenting, and I think it actually is an indication of the desperation of the Iranian regime.
It's interesting that you bring that up, Keir, because as you're talking, right, I'm looking at all of these images, seeing all of these explosions happening, and you know, what we're seeing on our screens is not just Tehran, Iran. It is not just Tel Aviv. It is not just Jerusalem. It is in Dubai. It is in Qatar. It is in Bahrain. We are looking at a real regional conflict. And to boot, right, we have what is happening between Pakistan and Afghanistan on the border with Iran, declaring war against one another just a couple of days ago as well. So it's a real tinderbox, it seems, that has been lit. Right, when you're seeing all of these explosions, I'm wondering, as you're talking, if the United States, if Israel took that into account, or if they took that into account knowing this is exactly what would happen, so that it would kind of raise the stakes in this war against Iran to get the neighboring countries on their side.
Well, we're pretty confident that President Trump was given that advice about the risks of this action, and he's decided to do it. You can describe it as a roll of the dice. Certainly, it is big stakes, and the stakes go in his favor if there are positive results from this. So, you know, if the people of Iran rise up, if there's regime change, if we get a new era in Iran, then this will have been an extraordinary decision by President Trump. The risks, though, are, well, I would describe them, Yasmin, as the risks of multiple things happening all at once, really.
Yeah.
So just as an example, you're talking about the strikes here in the Gulf. We've seen just today it go from strikes on military bases with American servicemen and women to now seeing civilian infrastructure get hit. Now, whether or not that's targeted by the Iranians or it's bad targeting by the Iranians, an image, for example, of a drone flying into a civilian building in Bahrain, that is chilling and worrying, because that's a shift that will change thinking with these governments. Okay, Iran's now attacking our civilian infrastructure, really attacking our economy. At what point does the Arab world decide it's already being united by this? At what point does it decide to respond? Just another one.
Right, exactly.
Rapidly moving, the Strait of Hormuz, where, as we say again and again, you know, a fifth of the world's gas and oil goes through there. Oil prices will rise significantly when the markets open. That is basically closed at this point without it even being closed by the Iranians, because commercial shipping isn't going to find its way through a choke point like that with all of this going on and the risk because of insurance, frankly. So we've also on the other side now got, according to the Yemenis, the Houthis, that Iranian supported group, again threatening the Red Sea. So there's lots of things happening all at once, and lots of ways in which this can escalate and spin out of control.
Keir, take me inside your reporting of what we're learning as to the White House's plan here. And what I mean by that is, so the president consults with Israel. We know Marco Rubio obviously met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ahead of these attacks, right? They launched this missile attack on Iran. They go for key military targets along with key military individuals, key leaders inside Iran. We still don't know the status of those individuals. As we mentioned, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Khamenei is dead. We do not have that here. And just to mention, by the way, folks, I think it's important to say this. This is a fog of conflict. We're going to get a lot of conflicting reports as to the death of individuals, some who have survived, some who have not. That is going to be changing over the next couple of hours until we get confirmation here. Of course, we're not willing to go forward and report that. So when you put all of that together, Keir, from your reporting, from the White House, along with your sources in the Middle East, what is the president's plan then, right? So he levels these attacks against Iran. At what point do they say, okay, we've done enough. Now it's in the hands of the Iranians to do the rest? Or is that a point?
Yeah, and also the difficulty here is, even though the Iranians are weak and now weakened, it doesn't mean they have no power. Just to, just an analogy, if you like, I mentioned the Houthis in Yemen, kind of a ragtag group. They've managed to stop shipping in the Red Sea significantly, simply by throwing missiles into the Red Sea. So just because the IRGC, for example, has been heavily hit, maybe there's chaos in Iran if that turns out to be the case, it doesn't mean that it won't cause huge issues in this region and in the world economy, for example. In fact, frankly, the more chaos there is, the more likely that it does cause issues. To your point, President Trump, in his address early this morning, talked about history, and he went all the way back to the revolution in 1979, right. And he talked about a litany of resentments and issues that America has with Iran and settling those, if you like. There's one moment in history they didn't mention, and that was during that hostage crisis in the American embassy in Tehran. President Carter decided to intervene and try and rescue those hostages. That was in 1980. It was called Operation Eagle Claw. It failed catastrophically, and a number of Americans died in that operation. And that decision was President Carter's and President Carter's only, based on the advice he got from his military. He owned that. He said that was it was his responsibility. And that one decision brought down his presidency, historians would say. President Trump has made this decision. It's completely different. But in the end, it is down to a president to decide, and they are responsible for their decision.
Keir Stapleton, I know you're going to be with me for the next couple of hours because we have a lot of reporting to do. So I'm going to let you get back to it for now. I want to go to what's happening here in New York as well, as we're seeing some protests on the streets there. That is where we find Valerie Castro standing by for us. Valerie, take us there. What are you seeing? What are you hearing from folks?
Yasmin, this protest started about an hour ago in Times Square and has now made its way up 8th Avenue, effectively shutting down traffic in the middle of New York City. This was organized by a coalition of various grassroots organizations calling this an emergency protest and calling on other cities to also hold these emergency protests to show their support for Iranians, for the civilians that they say are sure to become casualties as a result of this conflict, and they say they want the U.S. to not be involved. That is the heart of their message. They're saying hands off Iran now. Again, this started about an hour ago and has continued to grow over the last hour or so, shutting down traffic in the middle of New York City in Midtown Manhattan. The NYPD is on hand watching as the protesters go down the streets, but again, only expected to continue to grow as they continue to march.
Hey, Valerie, I'm going to ask you to step away from the protest just a little bit so I can hear you more, because I do have a question for you, and we're having a bit of an audio issue in hearing your responses. So, Valerie, I'm wondering if you can hear me. Who are the type of protesters that you're seeing there? What are they telling you as to why they have showed up there today and why they feel as if it is important to stop this war? And are they equating this potential war, this potential conflict, with other conflicts they've seen in the past?
They are, Yasmin. They say this is one of numerous conflicts that they believe the U.S. should not be involved in. They say they woke up to the news this morning horrified that these strikes had happened and felt the sense that they needed to come together and voice their concerns, but also voice their support for the civilians in Iran, who they say could become casualties as a result of this conflict. And they say the U.S. has no business being involved in this issue, in this conflict, and so they are here to voice those opinions, calling on no war with Iran, hands off Iran, and that is their main message. Again, they are calling for this protest, not just here in New York City, but they're calling on this in other cities across the country. 60 cities have planned demonstrations like this for today.
Valerie Casto, thank you for being there. We appreciate you. Want to bring in now Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Aaron, it is great to talk to you.
You too.
You're one of the people I wanted to speak to today, I got to say. You and I have talked about a lot of conflicts over the last few years. We've talked a lot about Gaza, what has taken place between Israel and Gaza, and here we are with Iran. And there has been this drumbeat when it came to a potential conflict with Iran. We obviously saw the 12-day war between Israel and Iran over the summer that the U.S. was involved with as well. Just give me kind of your initial reaction so far to what you've been seeing.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in transformations, Yasmin. I mean, the Middle East is filled with all kinds of developments that appear to be transformative. And in the end, they end up being transactional. That is to say, incremental evolutionary change rather than some dramatic break with the past. I'm inclined to believe that if, in fact, Ali Khamenei has been killed, that represents the potential of a transformation. The Israeli ambassador, by the way, has been briefing, apparently, American officials confirming that fact. It's not being reported. I don't know if the U.S. has confirmed it yet. It does raise the issue of succession.
Hey, Aaron, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
You may know the answer to this question. If you don't, tell me you don't, and then just go on. But for them to know that Khamenei has in fact been killed, that would mean they likely have Mossad agents on the ground who can confirm that he was killed, right? That would be the evidence that one would need to know and confirm that Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has in fact been killed. Is that accurate? That's what the U.S. officials are relying on.
Or they're monitoring through SIGINT communications.
Got it.
Which could have confirmed that fact. But I'm not sure the Israelis would be hyping this, frankly, because the truth is right now, potentially other than the Iranian people, the biggest winner in this is Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think that's a subject for another discussion. But look, this is a war of choice, not necessity, taken on by an American president who I think has climbed up an escalatory ladder, and the only way to get down was a major concession from the Iranians in negotiations. That was never going to happen. And as a consequence, having deployed, as he puts it, this armada, largest display of American military power since Iraq, there was absolutely no way that this could lead inevitably and inexorably towards some kind of military action. What is so remarkable and extraordinary to me, worked for Democrats and Republicans, voted for Democrats and Republicans, is the way in which the president has articulated that the objective here, he made quite clear this morning, is regime change.
Right.
And is that what we're looking at? And regime change to what? I mean, I think that it's the malacracy, right? The theocratic structure, the assembly of experts, the senior clerics, whoever is going to be chosen, that malacracy is going to survive. The real power here and the real issue is what are the Iranian security military forces, and particularly the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps? What is their role and what is their disposition right now in the middle of this conflict? The Israelis killed the head of the Revolutionary Guard today. They killed the Iranian defense minister in initial decapitation strikes this morning. So you have a Revolutionary Guard Corps that wants to maintain control and has all the repressive powers of the state at its disposal. The notion somehow, I wish it were the case, that this could somehow pave the way for a massive uprising in which hundreds of thousands of Iranians, millions, swarm into the streets now that the Ali Khamenei is dead, and that these strikes have undermined the repressive powers of the IRGC, and that these protesters could literally, according to the president, seize their institutions. I think that right now is something we're going to have to wait to see. But clearly, we're talking here about a development that is going to play out days, weeks, and months to come.
And Aaron, I will say we are just getting this in from our own Kristen Welker, who's trying to get herself to a camera as quickly as possible. But she spoke to the president on the phone, who says we quote unquote feel that this is a correct story about the death of Khamenei. And again, if this is in fact true, it is a huge deal. It is a lot of what the Iranians are waiting for on the ground there in Iran. Aaron, I want you to stand by if you would, because I have a couple more questions for you. But I do want to go to Kristen Welker, who's standing by for us to talk about her conversation with the president. And then Aaron, I'll come back to you. Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, is joining us now. Kristen, you just got off the phone with the President of the United States, and he talked to you about Khamenei and the possibility that he may have been killed in strikes. What did he tell you?
This was an extraordinary 3-minute conversation, Yasmin. Let me read you the key takeaways. I asked President Trump if he had confirmation that Ayatollah Khomeini has in fact been killed. He said to me, I've spoken to a lot of people. We feel that is a correct story. Again, when I asked him about the reports that the Supreme Leader has in fact been killed, President Trump saying, we feel that is a correct story. He went on to say, quote, a large number of their leaders have also been killed. And that was significant. The fact that he said this was not just one person, Yasmin, the fact that, according to President Trump, in this phone call that I have with him, he believes it's a correct story that the Supreme Leader has been killed, along with, he says, a large amount of leadership. He says there were 3 attacks, and he says that in some of those subsequent attacks, that is what ultimately killed the leadership of Iran. I asked him when he would know that this operation has been a success. He said it is going very well. We're probably, in terms of 0 to 10, we're close to the 10 spot, if not there. It's going very well. Tremendous damage has been inflicted. The leadership is gone. Large portions of the leadership. They don't know how many, he says, but he says that the leadership has largely been wiped out from Iran. So a significant
huge news
revelation and development in this 3-minute conversation with President Trump. When I said specifically, sir, how will you know that this has been a success? He said, quote, Yasmin, I think it's already been a success.
When he talks about we're at the 10 spot, Kristen, what do you think he means by that? As in the operation has gone well, or we're almost done, we're almost there?
I think both. I think he is arguing that so far he believes that the United States has hit its targets, that the United States strategy is playing out. It seemed to be that was part of what he was arguing. But I go back to this last statement, and I'll read it to you in full. I was trying to get a sense of just how long this would be. He said, I think it's already been a success. We've inflicted tremendous damage. It would take them years to rebuild. And then I tried to pin him down on a timeline. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he said he is making a number of calls right now, speaking to other foreign leaders, and had to end the conversation at that point. But in those 3 minutes, again, saying that the U.S. believes that it is a correct report that the Supreme Leader is killed.
I know this was just 3 minutes, Kristen, but I'm going to ask you to read between the lines a little bit more, which you're very good at. When you were talking to this president, we have heard a little bit about what he wants to happen next, but I think it's important to reiterate for folks what it is he wants to happen next, right? If he's reaching this 10, he feels as if we are almost there. It has been a success. Is this now handing the baton over to the Iranian people to see what then happens, what they're able to do to essentially work towards regime change? And if, in fact, they're not able to pull that off, I mean, there is still the Revolutionary Guard. There are still members of the Supreme Council that are still very much alive. Is the United States, is Israel willing to go back into the ring?
Well, I think that's the big question, Yasmin, about what happens next. In his public comments earlier today, he obviously called on the people of Iran to rise up to seize this moment. I asked him who is going to replace the supreme leader if, in fact, he has been killed. And he essentially said, well, they'll likely call me and get my take on that. He said, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but it's clear there's a vacuum, that it's not entirely clear. And that's where he points back to the Iranian people themselves to, in this moment, rise up, seize the moment, and carry out regime change in terms of replacing leadership.
Kristen Welker, we thank you for that incredibly important phone call and for bringing it to us. Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks, Yasmin.
Want to go to Tel Aviv now, where we have our international correspondent on the ground there, Matt Bradley, standing by. Matt, you got some breaking news for us. What do you have?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the speculation that Ali Khamenei, the supreme guide of Iran, has been killed is increasing to a feverish pitch. It was really quite feverish all day long. Now we're hearing, as I mentioned earlier, Channel 12 has said that Khamenei has been killed. There's a lot of talk in Israeli media that actually photos of the body of Khamenei has been shown to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I have to tell you, we don't have confirmation of that, not independently at NBC News. I spoke with the IDF and they said they are not prepared to announce that quite yet. But we can probably expect that we will hear something about the fate of Iran's leader, the Ayatollah, probably within minutes, maybe within hours, but likely within minutes. So we are coming in on more and more, really arriving at some real solid information that should tip the scales of whether or not Khamenei has been killed. That, as we've been saying, is really going to determine how the rest of this U.S. Israeli offensive against the Iranians continues. We heard from the spokesperson for the IDF really just moments ago saying that they really did level a huge amount of urban Tehran that they are convinced contained many members of the senior leadership. So if it turns out that Khamenei was killed, it looks as though many, many other senior officials would have been killed alongside him. That answers another big question. Who will succeed the Ayatollah if he does, it's true that he has been killed? Will it be another hardliner? Will it be somebody who's more moderate? Will it be a member of the opposition who can rise up and overthrow the regime and take over power from the government? That would be sort of the dream scenario as imagined by Jerusalem and Washington. But right now, there are so many moving parts, and I'm going to use that word we've been using all day long, Yasmin. Uncertainty. There is a lot of uncertainty still, even as we inch closer and closer to what could become a very consequential announcement.
Matt, this is a question I asked Kristen, and I'm wondering if you have an answer to this as well, which is the willingness to remain in this conflict for a long time. The president was asked by Kristen how long this thing is going to go. He said, we're almost there. We're at a 10, right? It's doing well. It's performing well. And we've almost accomplished all of our objectives. The question is, if the baton is handed over to the Iranians, they're not able to pull off regime change. Are the Americans willing to go back in and finish the job? What is our reporting from the Prime Minister's office if they're willing to go back in and help finish the job, or are they in lockstep with the Americans? They do what they do.
Well, I can tell you that up until now, if it's confirmed that Khamenei was killed, this would be the first time that the Israelis have assassinated a foreign head of state. That shows throughout the historical trajectory of the Israeli state a certain amount of reluctance not to intervene in foreign affairs, which they do regularly and have especially over the past 2 years, but to do things like staging a coup, like, as you mentioned, Mossadegh back in the 1950s, the kind of things that the CIA did quite expansively throughout the Cold War. We haven't seen the Israelis, it looks like, express any interest in putting boots on the ground in Iran, where they would likely be greeted with a severe response from the rest of the ordinary population. Those Iranians who oppose the regime, who have a strong hatred for the Ayatollahs, they're unlikely still to welcome Israeli boots on the ground. almost to the same extent you could say that about the Americans.
Yeah.
There is probably not going to be much appetite among Iranians to see foreign invaders coming in, as you mentioned, for all the reasons about the history of Iran and foreign intervention in that country, and about America's irresponsible foreign policy throughout the Cold War that really left some very severe lasting damages, particularly when it comes to America's reputation in places like Latin America and the Middle East. This doesn't look like, so far, and we've only been doing this for about 12 hours, that there's any appetite in Jerusalem or Washington to send troops in to do, as you said, taking up the baton. Now, I'm hearing right now, Yasmin, this isn't over. We're getting another alert.
Yeah.
This is an alert that will allow us a couple of minutes in order to get cover.
Okay. Okay. So I want you to seek cover.
We could expect a siren very soon.
I want you to seek cover, but don't go too far because there's a lot happening there, and we'll talk to you again soon when safety is there in place. Want to go to Aaron David Miller, who's standing by for a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Aaron, thanks for sticking with us. So you heard Kristen Welker there. You heard Matt Bradley there. There is a very strong possibility at this point that, in fact, Khamenei is dead, right? We have heard this from the Prime Minister of Israel. We have heard this from now the President of the United States. Of course, we still need confirmation, I should say, and important to keep that in mind. But there's two things, Aaron, that you said that were really interesting to me. One is you feel as if the fall of the theocracy, right, the fall of the religious leadership in Iran is going to be incredibly difficult to pull off. And the other thing is kind of the succession plan that you talked about and really what comes next after, day 10. The president said, we're at 10, we're doing well, we're reaching our objective, this is getting pulled off. And then what, right? So talk me through first why it is you feel as if this theocracy has the ability to remain in place and we could feasibly only see these incremental changes as we have seen so far in Venezuela with the leader, Delcy Rodriguez, in place.
I suspect succession has been on the mind of the supreme leader and those around him for years now. And the June war, I think, accelerated it. I'm sure there is a plan to announce a senior cleric, perhaps, to replace Ali Khamenei. But the real question here is not that. Every Iranian expert I talk to believes that if, in fact, Ali Khamenei passes from the scene, it is the IRGC, not what I call the malacracy, that is going to remain the power here. And who controls the money? Who controls the oil? Who controls the guns? And who controls the repressive instruments of the Iranian state? I don't think this regime, I hope I'm wrong, is somehow going to disappear because Ali Khamenei has been killed by the Israelis. It's a long way away from trying to figure out a way to create an effective opposition to challenge the power of the IRGC. You'd have to see a break within the security establishment. Discontented security officials, IRGCs, concerned about the future, their power to basically emerge. Could you see a Delcy Rodriguez a la Venezuela in Iran emerge, and the United States dealing with a strong man, IRGC, military authoritarian? Is that a plausible issue here? But unless we have a ground game, Yasmin, unless the Israelis and the Americans, through the agency and Mossad, have cultivated elements within the military, within the security establishment, and even within the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it seems to me we're a long way away from regime change, not to mention the challenges in front of an Iranian public, which frankly right now is courageous and valiant, wanting their freedom, risking their lives, 32,000 killed in the first week in January. But can they offer up a credible, politically legitimized internal leadership to take advantage of confusion at the top of the regime? I don't think, look, there's no historical precedent for air power fundamentally altering the politics of a half century of an Iranian regime or any other regime. And I'm not sure we're not putting boots on the ground, and neither are the Israelis. So uncertainty, as Matt said, I think, has got uncertainty and deliberate analysis has got to be our guides for trying to measure what comes next.
So Aaron, it's interesting because the foreign minister was on NBC earlier today, and he was asked essentially about the support that the regime has inside Iran, and he said that they have considerable support. According to my reporting and the people that I've been speaking to in Iran and the coverage that I've been doing inside the country, that is not accurate. They had support at one point, many, many years ago, but for quite some time now, that regime does not have support inside Iran. I'm now getting reports from my sources on the ground in Iran that there are celebrations happening. There are fireworks being set off with the news that Khamenei, the supreme leader, has in fact been killed in these clashes in the last few hours. There's also reports of shooting in Tajrish, which is northeast of Tehran, people being shot at essentially by the Revolutionary Guard, really kind of painting the split screen picture that you are talking about, right? There are the people that want this regime gone, and there is the ever strong and important Revolutionary Guard that will maintain its strength till the very end, right? They will fight literally and figuratively to the death. There is one man, it seems, Aaron, that has been groomed as the successor, the military successor, I should say, of Khamenei, not necessarily the guy that's going to step into his shoes as supreme leader, and that is Ali Larijani. He was a top security official, national security official. He also used to be the head of the Revolutionary Guard. Talk to me a little bit about what you know about Larijani and his ability to be the guy who steps in here for Khamenei.
Again, I think it's a very real possibility that people like Ali Larijani and Ghalibaf, who have strong ties to the IRGC, which probably is divided at this stage. At any organization, given what it's been through, there's going to be internal recalculation. But again, I come back to the fundamental rule of politics. You can't beat something with nothing. You need an alternative force with power, with money, with guns, with control of the oil resources in order to facilitate and take over a transition.
So you need boots on the ground. You're telling us you need boots on the ground. If they're going to really pull this off, the U.S. military and the Israeli military need to get on the ground in Iran.
This is not Iraq. I'd be out in the streets protesting if this president decided to deploy scores of thousands of American forces. I mean, that was the longest war in American history, where the standard for victory was never could we win, but when could we leave and what would we leave behind? We paid a terrible price. And so did the so many Iraqi civilians. No, nobody is talking about putting scores of but what the president said to Kristen is an indication, I think, of where his head is. He's probably getting pressure even now to figure out a way to create a metric for a successful exit ramp. And if he's basically saying now that we've reached a 10, have we reached a 10 in terms of what has happened over the last 24 hours? Or have we reached a 10 in terms of his metrics for success? If that is the case, and he's not going to continue with airstrikes and Tomahawk missiles and cyber, which is also going on, I'm not sure that this won't be one and done. And you're going to end up, I think, if this is the end of it, with a regime that fundamentally committed to survival as the one metric that they now consider essential. Trump wants them gone. The Israelis want them gone. They intend, like Hamas, they intend to show that they have resisted a military onslaught from two of the world's most extraordinary militaries, ours and the Israelis. I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv, and obviously, as many people know or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system. And we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work. And I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome to land directly in or around Tel Aviv. Aaron, if you would stand by for me, I would appreciate it, because I do want to bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Steve Warren to talk more about the images that we're seeing in Israel right now. Colonel, if you would walk us through kind of how this Iron Dome works for Israel and the times in which it doesn't, because I think that is what we're seeing on our screens right now.
That's right. The Israeli air defense system really has three layers. The one we hear most about is called the Iron Dome. That's their most close-in layer. I've seen it in action. It's often used for sort of the least sophisticated missiles that come in from Hezbollah or even Hamas. The next two layers are David's Sling and the Arrow system, and these are increasingly more sophisticated systems that can shoot down increasingly sophisticated missiles that come in. So we're not sure what was used on this inbound missile, but it certainly appears that this one came through. In the military, when we're talking about air defense, we often talk, we use a phrase called leakers. In other words, something leaked through our defense system. And that's what this appears to be. Impossible to know for sure until we see what actually happened on the ground. But the speed, trajectory, and impact of this that we're seeing on TV now appears to be what we would classify as a leaker. So something that just got through, either the missile that the Israelis fired to try to knock down this inbound missile just missed. It could be that the Iranians fired multiple missiles in, and the Israelis weren't able to fire enough back to eliminate them all. Many possible things that can lead to a leaker.
And we obviously saw this during the 12-day war as well, in which there were certain missiles that had broken through the Iron Dome. It's not foolproof. It's not 100%. There are times in which they get through, as we saw there, one, in fact, getting through. I want to pick up on what Aaron was talking about a little bit, Colonel, if you could expand on it a little bit. And his assessment really is it's going to be very difficult to bring down a leadership like the one that we see in Iran right now without essentially more power fire, without military on the ground, essentially, right? With a 2-3 day ambush in what we're seeing now, that's not necessarily going to do it. You can take out the supreme leader, for instance. You can take out large amounts of leadership, as the president told our own Kristen Welker, but that might not necessarily destabilize the leadership enough to create regime change. What do you make of that assessment militarily as to what is needed for true regime change on the ground inside Iran?
A lot of ifs here. That's right. And the IRGC, of course, is the biggest if. Right now, they appear to continue to be able to operate. They control the guns. Whoever has the guns still has the power. So really what matters is if the IRGC or other elements of the Iranian military are willing to take over. And then if they do, who does? Right? That's the biggest question, whether or not the IRGC takes over everything, whether or not they just stabilize and allow additional clerics to come in and take over, or whether or not, frankly, they decide to switch sides. That's what we need to see. And so it really, really, truly at this point is impossible to predict. We've used air power in Libya. The Libyan government, Gaddafi, fell, and there was chaos for years after. We also NATO used extensive air power in the Balkans in the late 1990s, specifically in Kosovo. Eventually, Slobodan Milosevic was removed from power without boots on the ground. So there's a lot of history, but there's also a lot of possibility.
Also, what about Iran's capabilities here, right? We heard the president at the State of the Union say essentially they were 9 years or so away from developing an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile. That would be a missile that could actually reach the shores of the United States. The foreign minister this morning on the Today Show on NBC denied that capability, that possibility, that they were even in the works of developing something like that. They do, in fact, though, have an active missile program. During the 12-day war, though, we saw the limitations of what Iran's capabilities were militarily. What do you know about their capabilities in this response so far?
Don't believe the Iranian minister. So that's step one. Don't believe him. The Iranians have short, medium, and intermediate range ballistic missiles already deployed. They have them at their fingertips that they can use, whatever we haven't yet destroyed. So the idea that they are close to an intercontinental ballistic missile, I would believe that. And I believe the intelligence assessment that they're within 6, 8, maybe 10 years away from being able to deploy such a thing. We know that their intermediate range missile system is fairly effective. We're seeing it now. And some of them are getting through. And these are massive missiles capable of significant destruction. City blocks will be damaged, maybe not wiped out, but certainly damaged from just one of these large intermediate range missiles. So the Iranians do have capability. They have development capability as well as already developed, deployed, and in the field systems. And again, many of those systems, we're attacking them right now, but as we're watching right now in nearly live coverage, they still have some capability.
Colonel, if you would stand by, I want to bring back Aaron David Miller, if I could. Aaron, picking up on what we were talking about there, you have Iranians in the streets celebrating the death of Khamenei. And again, want to reiterate, we do not have confirmation of that. The president believes it is correct. The prime minister believes it is correct, but we don't have confirmation here at NBC News that that is in fact correct. The possibility of large amounts of Iranian leadership being killed. This is what they have been waiting for. Do Iranians have the capability? Do the people have the capability to pull off a coup, to pull off a real effective change against an army like the IRGC, who has an ideological loyalty to the current regime?
Right. I mean, history would suggest the answer is probably no. You have at least 1 million armed security forces, Basiji, IRGC, military, willing to use what remains of the repressive powers of the state, indiscriminate killing, willful, indiscriminate killing of men, women, and children, sniper fire, unless the street was able to somehow find a way to align itself with credible security and military forces who are prepared to challenge or to play a key role in the succession. It's hard to believe. You'd need hundreds of thousands of Iranians out in the streets, more probably, and you'd need a fundamental breach or crack in the security services, where in fact the security services ordered by their commanders to fire indiscriminately in the crowd, on the crowds, refused to do so. And that is beyond my capacity as an analyst to forecast or divine as to whether or not you have that kind of constellation of circumstances that could possibly take place. Look, Yasmin, even we are looking at a historic change. If Ali Khamenei has been killed, if the regime is now under this kind of pressure, but translating that vulnerability into a transition that would empower Iranians in the streets, their quest for freedom, for liberty, for a life, the delta between those two things, 24 hours into this extraordinary set of strikes, is, to me, unknowable. And I just don't think, we just don't have enough information to make a judgment as to whether or not something like that we could watch something like that develop in the coming days.
For individuals who regime change is the ultimate objective in Iran, does the instability of the regime of the region currently, does that benefit what is happening inside Iran, or is it a disservice to what is happening inside Iran? And I mean what is happening with Afghanistan, what is happening with Pakistan, what is happening between Israel and Gaza as well. So Israel's got one eye on Gaza still. It's now got its eye on Iran as well. I mean, Iran is not happening on its own, right? There is a lot of instability around Iran right now.
Right. But again, it's hard if you focus on the central question of how an unarmed population, which is essentially leaderless internally, and I mean this no disfavor to disparage the heroism of those people in the streets, but with little or no organization, with social media shut down, with the internet shut down, with cyber trying to disrupt any sort of popular demonstrations or organizations. I'm not sure what's happening in terms of Iranian strikes in Qatar, in Kuwait, at CENTCOM in Bahrain, or in the UAE, is going to affect or influence that situation. Clearly, in the end, and any Iranian would say this to you, the Iranian public and Iranians need to own this. They need to own this in a way that creates the kind of legitimacy that would lead to a transition, that would break this 50-year-old revolution and create a pathway forward. I just, I'm looking at the world the way it is, wishing and hoping for the world the way I would like it to be. But again, the margin that separates what I'm watching and my sense of what is possible conflicts with what is probable. And again, it's money, it's guns, it's organization, it's the forces of repression. And until we're persuaded or told, or until we see otherwise, what passes for the remnants of this regime possess all of those things.
What do you make of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, waiting in the wings? This is a guy who left Iran as a child. He was a teenager, I believe, 17 or so years of age. He has lived here in the United States ever since. He doesn't have a lot of experience as a leader, but he is well known in the Iranian community, both domestically inside Iran and the diaspora outside of Iran. He was not seen as a necessarily viable future leader for quite some time, until now. And we have seen some protests inside Iran, especially the last couple of protests over the last few months in which they were chanting his name, which was, I think, surprising to a lot of people in the Iranian community, both inside and outside of Iran. But he is now, in a way, pitching himself as a potential transitional leader in getting Iran out of the current theocracy, the ruling that they are in now, to a potential democracy. Yeah. And to be fair, I will say Iran does have quote unquote elections. So if you would speak to someone domestically inside Iran, they would say, well, we do have elections. But whether or not they're free and fair, I think, is one of the big questions. You could say the same thing about Russia as well. Right. And we all know what happens in Russia. So what do you make of Pahlavi as a potential future transitional, per se, leader for Iran, and the possibility of him being there, if that adds something to it all?
I mean, the fact that he's got name recognition, I think, for him is probably a completely new and energizing experience. But it also suggests to me the vacuum of leadership. Former presidents, the reformers, have either been sidelined, imprisoned, under house arrest, or otherwise delegitimized. And the question for Reza Pahlavi is the same question we've been talking about, Yasmin. Does Reza Pahlavi have a ground game? That's the question. Does the opposition in Iran have a ground game? And from everything that we've seen, maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe, in fact, the administration and or the Israelis have been cultivating discontents within the military and security establishment, and there is a core around which to build some sort of transition. We haven't seen it, and I think it's going to be extremely difficult to create. We're 24 hours in. If the president is one, and I will say this, and I'm not campaigning for massive strikes. Civilians die in those instances.
Right.
But if the president is now one and done, if this is the end, then I think the chances for any sort of fracture within the regime, I think is going to diminish.
Yeah. Hence one of the reasons I was asking that question, both to Kristen Welker as to what the president thinks and Matt Bradley on the ground in Israel, per the Netanyahu's office, as to whether or not they're willing to go back in if, in fact, the Iranians are not able to pull off regime change as they are calling for now that they have attacked Iran. Aaron David Miller, I really appreciate you being with us for the last half hour or so. I'm on for the next few hours, so I'd love it if you would come back and speak more with us as this story is developing. It's a critical time in this country's history and this world's history as we watch this conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
I mean, you know the real estate, and your questions reflect that. I appreciate that. I really do.
Thank you, Aaron. Want to go now to NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who is joining me now once again from Dubai. We're approaching the top of the hour now, Keir. And again, as you and I were talking, right, this news was bubbling up, the possibility of the death of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, 86 years of age, ailing health, right? The succession plan was already in place, but nonetheless, it is something that Iranians were looking to get out of this, right? Waiting on the edge for this news of the death of the leader of their country, the supreme leader. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, it's a moment of history. There's, no matter what side you stand on, that's without question the fact, the reality. This is, I mean, just to be clear, this is an Israeli-US operation assassinating the leader of a sovereign country. And that is, we can't just brush over that, move quickly past that. And Iran is responding, and Iran is responding furiously. I will tell you, Yasmin, as you know, I'm here in Dubai, and I just stepped outside of my house here in Dubai. My family are here in the house. This is the safest place to be, inside, because missiles are being intercepted, and you just don't know where the debris from that's going to fall, and you don't want to be underneath that. I just stepped outside, and just in the short time I was outside, a succession of explosions, of blasts, quite loud. And so there is a pummeling that is being meted out by the Iranians on the United Arab Emirates, where I am now. I'm also hearing from a diplomat in the region that's true too for Bahrain. I suspect that other countries are facing the same kind of onslaught because through the day, the Qataris, for example, have been talking about intercepting wave after wave of Iranian drones and missiles. This is Iranian desperation. Before this all came about, before today, as we talked about what might happen and the consequences of it, one of the things we talked about was what would the Iranian regime do if it felt like it was facing an existential threat, a threat to its very existence. And I suspect what we're seeing now is a reaction from Iran that is a combination of anger, that the reaction from the Iranian regime, that is a combination of furious anger that its leader has been assassinated, if indeed that does turn out to be what has happened here, and at the same time, a sense that they have nothing to lose and they're throwing everything at it. And one of the realities on the ground here in the region is that the Iranians have long, medium and short-term range missiles, and those medium and short-range missiles are all within range of where I am now in the Gulf. All of these countries, we are really just a very short distance by sea from the Iranian coast. And they are, it seems to me tonight, throwing everything at this in order to try to get the Americans and the Israelis to stop because of the panic that they are trying to ensue, because of the economic damage that they will be trying to do, because of the fears that there will be rippling across the Gulf region here. In a place like Dubai, where there are millions of people who are here to do trade and to be safe and to live a different life. This is a place that's sort of presented itself as a sanctuary, And tonight, it doesn't feel that way, despite the reassurances and the clear success of the Emirati government in intercepting a lot of these munitions in the air. Again, these explosions I'm hearing, and I just heard some more, those are going to be largely Emirati air defenses stopping the barrage from the Iranians. But it is a barrage.
Yeah, it is a huge moment in this world's history, with the potential death of the supreme leader of Iran, and then really what could come next. Keir Simmons, stand by for me. We're going to reset for folks as they're joining us at the top of this hour. Everybody, hi, I'm Yasmin Vasugian. We are continuing our breaking news coverage right here on NBC News Now, and we are following a historic moment unfolding in the Middle East. The time is now 4 p.m. on the East Coast and just after 12:30 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. We're just hours away, just hours ago, I should say. Take a look at these scenes. U.S. and Israeli forces launching a huge attack, possibly the first of several to come, hitting both military and regime targets inside Iran. U.S. officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that's the ongoing operation could last for several days. This is some new video from U.S. Central Command showing the attacks inside of Iran. NBC News has learned from 2 U.S. officials that the U.S. aimed to take out Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs, while Israel targeted Iran's political and military leaders. At this hour, there are conflicting reports about the status of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke just in the last couple of hours, indicating they believe they took out Iran's supreme leader without providing any evidence that, in fact, he was killed. NBC's Kristen Welker just spoke with President Trump, and he says, quote, the people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone. Iran has been hitting back for their sake, launching a barrage of missiles towards U.S. allies in the Middle East. This video showing what appears to be a drone slamming into an apartment building in Bahrain. Other missiles targeting countries like the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. The president is in South Florida at this hour and was at his Mar-a-Lago resort as the attack unfolded overnight. These are new images released by the White House of the president with Secretary of State Marco Rubio monitoring the strikes as they happened. Leading us off this hour is moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel on the ground for us in Tel Aviv. Kristen, I want to start with you. You just had an incredibly important conversation with the president by phone a couple of minutes ago. You talked about a lot, more specifically, the status of the supreme leader of Iran. Take us through it.
Well, Yasmin, the headline from what was a 3-minute phone call on this historic day is that I asked President Trump if, in fact, he can confirm that the supreme leader has been killed. President Trump telling me, quote, we feel that that is a correct story, a significant revelation from President Trump. And he went into more detail. He said there were 3 attacks, and he believes that those 2 other attacks inflicted very great losses on their leadership, Yasmin. And he really stressed this idea that this was a significant blow to the Iranian leadership. He said, quote, tremendous damage has been inflicted. The leadership is gone. Large portions of the leadership. They don't know how many, but a lot of it. The people that make all decisions, most of them are gone. And again, he said not only from the 1 attack, but from 2 others. Now, he also said we have a ways to go, underscoring what you were just talking about, Yasmin, which is that this is a military operation that could last days, if not weeks, potentially even longer, depending on how this unfolds. I asked the president, how will you know when this is a success? How will you know when you're finished with this operation? He said, quote, I think it's already been a success. We've inflicted tremendous damage. It would take them years to rebuild. Of course, that a reference to Iran's nuclear program. The question becomes, if the leadership has been taken out, who will replace the leadership? The president, with that strong message to the Iranian people, it is on them. And then, of course, Yasmin, that other big question, how long will this last?
Yeah. What is the president's ultimate objective here, Kristen, from what we know?
Well, that has always been a key question. Is it about the nuclear program? Is it about the protesters? Is it about regime change? To some extent, it's about all of that, Yasmin. But at the root of that, at the very root of that, based on my conversations throughout the course of this past week, administration officials continue to point back to the importance of regime change, that ultimately that is how change will begin in Iran. Now, you have been talking about, rightfully so, just how complicated regime change is in Iran. It is not the same as Venezuela. It is not clear who specifically will step in if, in fact, the supreme leader has been killed. We know that protesters have been rising up, and that, I think, underscores the significance of the president's pre-recorded remarks earlier today from Mar-a-Lago when he spoke directly to the Iranian people and urged them to seize this moment. He said, this is your moment. You may not get another one. Regime change rests in your hands. Now, the big question looming over the Trump administration, this is a president who promised to get out of foreign wars, not to get entangled in them. Could this become a prolonged military operation? The vice president downplaying those chances, but of course that looms large, Yasmin.
I'm interested, Kristen, you know, if we can take a step back for just a moment. You have covered a bunch of presidents, and Iran is always top of mind for all of these administrations. However, the phrase regime change does not often cross any of these presidents' lips. And they are very careful in the words they use when they talk about whatever objective they have for, quote unquote, change with Iran. If we look back through every administration, this is a president that is not mincing his words. Is that landing with you the way that it lands with me, that he has come out so strongly for and in support of regime change in this moment?
Absolutely. It's a shift, undoubtedly, in what we have heard in U.S. leadership. And yet, if you look at some of the president's allies, for example, Senator Lindsey Graham, who's hawkish on Iran, who has wanted to see this type of action for years, arguably, Yasmin, this is precisely what Senator Lindsey Graham would argue is needed in order for there to be real change within the region. But again, it goes back to that central complicating factor. It's not simply swapping out people because the regime is so entrenched. And so how exactly will this be carried out in the coming days and in the coming weeks? That's where this becomes incredibly challenging. That's where the potential pitfalls lie for the Trump administration. But look, this is also about the nuclear program. We know that the U.S. was holding nuclear talks that simply were not going anywhere.
Can I just stop you for a moment? Because what I think is interesting about that is, if I had the sound, I would play it. But 7 months ago, the president stood in front of this country and said the nuclear program was obliterated. Yeah. Right? And it would take years for them to rebuild this nuclear program. And yet they were in the midst of these negotiations for a new nuclear deal where there was a possibility they could enrich uranium to a certain point that was nowhere near the number they would need to make an actual bomb. But nonetheless, this was a president that said their nuclear program was over and done with. And yet that is what they were then bombing once again this time around and saying this is about, yes, regime change, but also about the nuclear program.
Absolutely. And the president making that case in part during the State of the Union address, saying that the U.S. assesses that Iran is determined to actually strike the United States. And so there is undoubtedly a contradiction in that initial assessment that the U.S. was able to, quote unquote, obliterate its nuclear program and what we are witnessing right now. I can tell you that senior administration officials briefed reporters today, Yasmin, and argued that not only were the nuclear talks not going anywhere, but they believe Iran was being deceptive in some of what it was telling the United States and the international community, and the concerns that, in fact, there could be a larger threat than was initially perceived. And so this is a moving target. Just how big is the threat of the nuclear program? And it's part of what is going to be unpacked not just today, but in the coming days, as reporters, as foreign policy experts try to get to the root of exactly why President Trump believed that this operation was necessary right now. Remember what he said when he was speaking for Mar-a-Lago earlier today, Yasmin. He said there was an imminent threat that Iran posed. And so that certainly goes against the idea that they obliterated the nuclear program.
I got one more for you. I got one more for you, Kristen, before I let you go, and you can get back to trying to call the president again and ask him some more questions, which we would love if you would do. And that is, has the president been in contact with Reza Pahlavi, the Shah's son, who is a potential transitional candidate, it seems, has put himself out there as a potential transitional candidate? Have their teams been in contact throughout this whole thing? Do we know?
He didn't say specifically. What he said is that he has been in contact with a number of people. He's certainly talking to regional world leaders as this unfolds. Did he speak to that specifically? No. However, that would undoubtedly have to be a part of the outreach you would anticipate that is coming from the U.S. side. The question is, at what level, Yasmin? We know that the president has been in touch with, for example, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the leaders of Turkey, other regional allies. But those types of specifics, the White House, at least right now, keeping close to the vest, Yasmin.
All right, Chris, I'm going to let you go. Go call him again. Ask him what now.
I will. I'll get back to you when I have more.
Tell us what he says. All right, let's go to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who's on the ground for us in Israel. So I know you're getting some new news in with regards to the potential death of Khamenei, the supreme leader in Iran. Walk us through it. What do you know?
So a senior U.S. official who is briefed on the current operations, current intelligence, just told me a short while ago that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, is, quote, almost certainly dead. So that would very much align with what Kristen Welker heard from President Trump when President Trump said, we believe that report to be true. I was told that they have not seen specifically a body, but that they believe that he is almost certainly dead. That changes the dynamic in this entire conflict quite significantly. He is the supreme leader. He is the ultimate decision maker in the country. The supreme leader, now, according to this official, almost certainly dead, killed in this first day of these joint U.S.-Israeli strikes, has overall command of the military, has overall command of politics in the country, decides every aspect of political and social life and military life in the country. So his loss, his removal from power would create a potential vacuum and be a very significant development in this story on the level of killing Hassan Nasrallah for Hezbollah. It would be a major blow to the Islamic revolutionary regime.
It would be a major blow. And I think what's interesting, Richard, is you and I spoke yesterday for the podcast, and we talked a little bit about the potential of this happening. And I asked you whether or not an attack was imminent. And we said, well, it may happen, in a couple of days or a couple of weeks, but it may not happen overnight. And it happened overnight. And in that letter that Mike Huckabee sent to the U.S. Embassy in Israel, he said, if you're going to leave today, right? I am surprised that Khamenei, the supreme leader, if in fact he was killed by these strikes, was caught so off guard. This is a guy who has a bunker in Tehran, right? He has a place he can go. He anticipates when they're coming for him, and he knows he is the #1 target for both the Americans and the Israelis. So I'm wondering if the Iranians were really caught off guard here more than we think.
It's very hard to know if someone tipped them off. The Israelis have exceptional intelligence about Iran, and we've seen that for the last 2 years, in fact. Israel has been able to carry out attacks inside Tehran in the past. It has killed nuclear scientists. They carried out an attack inside a presidential compound in the past to kill a senior Hamas leader. Intelligence about Iran has been surprisingly accurate. So it is very possible he was in a bunker. The reports that we've been hearing for the last several days have been that Khamenei did go into hiding, was in a bunker. I have not heard specifics about where he may have been killed. Again, this U.S. official saying almost certainly dead, but I was not given specifics about how, if he was alone, where he may have been located at the time, and I was told that they have not, at this stage, seen a body, but that they have a high degree of certainty.
When we hear Richard, the president's saying it's a 10, right? We have pulled it off. We're almost there. It's been a success. We're almost done. My question then is, now what? So what do they want to happen now? And whether or not the United States and Israel is willing to go back in if the Iranians can't pull it off, i.e. pull off regime change, which is the ultimate objective here for the Americans and for the Israelis. With your sources that you're talking to there in Israel, what do they tell you? Are they willing to go back in to finish the job if the Iranians cannot?
Right now, this is in no way over. Just because there are these now multiple reports strongly suggesting that the Supreme Leader has been killed from both what Kristen Welker was hearing directly from President Trump and what I heard a short while ago. But that does not mean that it is mission accomplished. Just a short while ago here in Tel Aviv, there was a major barrage, much more intense than we've seen all day since this joint operation began. I think you have some video that we were able to capture of one of the Iranian ballistic missiles that made it through the Israeli defense system and the U.S. defense system and impacted not far from our location. I think you're looking at that video now.
Yeah.
Those would be the incoming rockets or the incoming missiles. And if we let it play out, you'll see that it exploded into an enormous orange plume.
Yeah, we saw it here live as we were
speaking. Exactly the right video.
Yeah, no, we saw it here live, Richard, as we were speaking, in which you saw essentially the Iron Dome penetrated, making it through that missile there, and then landing in or around Tel Aviv and creating just a huge plume of fire and smoke, which was just incredible to see nonetheless. Yeah,
I don't think that is exactly the video. We'll effort to get you that video if your team can keep searching for it. But what we're seeing now, or what we've been seeing over the last hour or so, is a more intense campaign by Iran against Israel. When this began, mostly we saw attacks, some against Israel, but mostly against U.S. bases around the region. Those apparently are also continuing. But in the last, I would say, 1 hour, we saw a much more intense barrage, and I heard at least 2 major explosions here in Tel Aviv, where the missile defense systems were compromised, were penetrated, and the missiles managed to explode on the streets of the city.
What do you know of this succession plan? So if, in fact, Khamenei has been killed, there is a succession plan in place already, and we full well know that. It's going to take a lot to take this regime down. As I've been saying all day, they will fight to the very end if they go down. What do you know about who could be next?
That is a very difficult question to answer because we're still not sure who in the regime is still alive. Israeli media are talking about multiple senior officials, people who were very close to the Supreme Leader who have also been killed, leaders who are at the top of the Revolutionary Guard, leaders who were military and political advisors to the Supreme Leader. Israeli media reporting that they too have been killed. So whatever succession plans they may have had could have been disrupted today. So, frankly, it was never very clear who would succeed Khamenei. If you remember, his most likely successor died in a helicopter crash that many Iranians still find quite suspicious. There was talk that Khamenei's son could possibly take over for him. He was not, however, seen as a particularly popular candidate. And now you're seeing, again, some more video that we captured from Tel Aviv a short while ago. And you can see the number of interceptors in the sky. Those are not satellites. Those are not stars. That was happening here in Tel Aviv a short while ago. Almost all of the incoming missiles were destroyed, but at least 2 of them did manage to get through this network and explode. In terms of the succession plan, it is an incredibly difficult question. And even if, as you said, the top leaders have been killed, even if these 2 reports are correct and the Supreme Leader himself is no longer alive, the regime still does exist. The security forces still exist. Many of them have said that they will fight until the bitter end. It is not clear at all who would take over, who would reconstitute this government. Earlier in the day, the Iranian government put out a statement saying that it was actively looking for informants. It was actively looking for agitators. It was calling, they were calling on Iranians to keep their eyes open and potentially turn in their neighbors if they saw anything suspicious. So Iran is in a state of high alert. They are looking for people who are potentially spotting targets, who are potentially cooperating with Israel or the United States. So carrying out an uprising that President Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu are now openly doing, telling the Iranian people the time has come to take matters in your own hands and overthrow the government, is certainly not an easy task when we don't know who might be alive, who might be dead, and with a regime that is under attack, and a regime that has often resorted to brutality to suppress any kind of unrest or threat to its existence.
Richard, I'm going to ask you to stand by. When I come back to you, though, I'm going to want you to take off your Israeli press hat and put on your Iranian press hat, because I know you were in Iran just a couple of weeks ago. I have a couple of questions for you and things that you learned on the ground there when you were there. But I want to go now to some breaking news that Courtney Kube is following, our senior national security correspondent. Court, what do you have?
Yeah, so we can now report that a senior U.S. official familiar with the matter says that the U.S. believes the Ayatollah is dead. And this is based on communications with the Israelis. So we are still working on more specifics. Obviously, we've been hearing about this for hours now. We had that tremendous reporting out of our colleague Kristen Welker, which you've been highlighting here this hour. And last, what the president told her directly, that they believe that it is a correct story that the Ayatollah was killed. But we are still working on a little bit more detail on that. Now, the key right here is, Yasmin, is what is the possible evidence for this?
Yeah.
And that's one of the big questions that we continue to try to work. Forgive me while I keep looking down, because we're still working through the story as I speak right now. But again, at this point, we do have a U.S. official who says that the U.S. does believe that he was killed as part of this. Now, another big question is what other senior Iranian officials may have been targeted by these Israeli strikes. And we do believe that there were a number of others who were targeted. But again, we are being very, very careful to verify that, in fact, who it was, not just targeted, but who may have actually been injured and or killed throughout this, what is a continuing, sustained air campaign against Iran, Yaz.
Can you give us a sense of the positions of the individuals that were additionally targeted on top of the Supreme Leader without kind of going too much into names, as we're still trying to verify that information here at NBC?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the kinds of we're talking about people who are senior in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership. So a combination of military and people who are directly involved in the decision making for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So we're still working through whether there may have been others in the regime, so the political side, who may have been involved in this as well. But for now, we know that as far as the U.S. military goes, some of the sort of broad or vague guidance that we've gotten about exactly what the U.S. has been targeting includes Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control. Mm-hmm. So as part of that, it would stand to reason that there could have been members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps actually killed in these strikes. It's just not clear about the leadership yet. It also has become very clear, again, as the last 16 or so hours have unfolded, Yaz, that the Israeli military was targeting more of the leadership here. The U.S. military was targeting more of the military and security structure as far as sort of like the division of labor that they've taken for these strikes.
Courtney, I want you to stand by because I have a couple more questions for you. So I'm going to give you a second to take a look at your phone, more of your reporting. If you listen, I've been doing it too, so I get it. Because I want to go to Richard. He's been getting some alerts, and he may have to leave us. So I want to go back to him, and then I'll come back to you. Richard, if you could put that Iranian press hat on for a moment. You were there, what, 10 days ago, I believe, is when I spoke to you, maybe 2 weeks or so ago. You spoke to a lot of Iranians on the ground. You got a sense of the feeling there amidst these Iranians, what they wanted to happen after these brutal protests in Iran with the thousands of people that were killed. I am getting reports from inside Iran that there are celebrations happening with the news now that the supreme leader has in fact been killed, 86 years of age. This guy has been in power since the late 80s after Khomeini, the original kind of godfather of the 1979 revolution, died. What did they tell you? What did they want to happen?
So yes, it was about just under 2 weeks ago that I was in Iran, and it was I've been there multiple times over the last several months. One of the great privileges of this job is that you get to go to multiple sides of a conflict and talk to both sides. So when I was in Iran, I spoke to Iranian officials. They spoke mostly about this negotiating process. They were very anxious to engage in negotiations. They wanted to reach a deal. They knew they needed to reach a deal. And when I spoke to Iranians, citizens, people on the street, shopkeepers, they were openly angry. They were openly furious, I think you could say, with their government. They felt that the government was corrupt. They felt that it was ineffective. They felt that it had ruined the economy. That was what I think most people were suffering from the most. They said that the economy was frozen. They couldn't do business because of the sanctions. And then they were outraged by the level of violence that the government used to stop the protests. People told me that they knew people who were out protesting and saw the police open fire on crowds and just start shooting into crowds of people to stop protests. The government in Iran has a different explanation. The government in Iran says that there were peaceful protests that suddenly turned violent and became a terrorist uprising, and therefore they had no choice but to use force. When I was talking to Iranians, they didn't describe anything like that. They said they were people out on the streets, and that once the order was given, they believed by the supreme leader and by those around him to crush the demonstrations violently, that the forces of the Revolutionary Guard, particularly the Basij, which is a militia group that is responsible for maintaining law and order on the streets, and I saw them myself. They're often on motorcycle, usually dressed in sort of black plastic armor like riot police. They were all over the streets when I was there. People were afraid of them. They were furious. One man came up to our crew with a photograph of the supreme leader and tore it in half.
Wow.
This is not someone we knew. He was putting a lot of faith in us. He was openly tearing the photograph of the supreme leader. As I said, I've been to Iran quite a few times recently. I had never seen someone take such a bold action as to tear up a photograph in front of a group of people that he knew were foreign journalists. It wasn't on camera, but he did it in front of us nonetheless. So we heard a lot of anger, a lot of frustration because of the violence and because of the isolation and the economic stagnation that the country has been going through. And they felt cut off. They felt cut off during the demonstrations because when the internet blackout happened, Iranians were cut off not only from the world, they were cut off from themselves. They couldn't reach their own family members. They couldn't get messages out to relatives abroad. They couldn't trade. So there was fear, there was exasperation, and it did feel that many people had reached a breaking point.
Did they express to you, Richard, that they had the endurance to carry out a change in regime, a change in structure, a change in leadership, if in fact the United States came in and started a bombing campaign, which they are doing now?
It's hard to know if what people would have the endurance. They went out onto the streets and they were shot, and then they were isolated and found their communications cut off. It is very hard to carry out an uprising when you can't communicate. So people may have thought they had the endurance, and when they were killed in the thousands, there were others who decided to wait it out and try and find another day. We will see if now there's a new spirit because, according to multiple reports to NBC News, the Supreme Leader has been killed and there are these ongoing military strikes. Will they find that courage to go out again on the streets and defy these orders that are being broadcast on public television for Iranians to look for potential agitators, to look for exactly these kind of people? Because don't forget, there are quite a few people who do believe in the regime and do believe in the Islamic revolutionary system. So there could be a situation where you don't have regime collapse, but that Iran collapses into pieces. And now, as you can obviously hear, the air raid sirens have begun in Tel Aviv. That's an indication that an incoming attack is quite close. The way it works here is you first get a notification on your telephone, which is why you knew that this might be coming. And now, over the course of our conversation, the incoming rounds have gotten to within danger close range to Tel Aviv, meaning that within the next few moments, we could very likely see the Israeli missile defense systems or American missile defense systems, because the U.S. and Israel are now working very closely together to both attack Iran and defend this country and defend U.S. positions around the region. So we will see if this is now I don't want to say a false alarm, or if this turns into a major attack.
Hey, Richard, I'm going to tell you to go seek some safety. Yeah, let's. If you guys have to go inside, we'll keep the camera going if we can.
I appreciate that, and we absolutely prioritize safety and would not do anything foolhardy for television. But this is an important moment, because any one of these strikes, if it happens to hit a building full of civilians, happens to cause mass casualties, it could change the dynamic of this conflict. So far, very few people in Israel have been killed or injured because of these strikes. And if suddenly there was a mass casualty event, it could change the course of this war. So we are not out here to prove anything. It is because these are important moments. At this stage, it does not look like this was a very significant barrage, much less of a scale than the one that we saw about an hour ago, which was probably 10 or 15 or 20 times more intense than what we just saw right now. This was a relatively minor barrage that appears to have been completely stopped.
Richard Engel, I'm going to let you continue to assess that situation. Let us know as things are happening there, and we'll come right back to you. For now, I want to bring in senior U.S. official familiar with the matter, saying the U.S. Believes that the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead based on communications with the Israelis. And with that news, we have senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube standing by for us. Courtney, you and I were just talking about this news, and I think kind of one of the things that I think is most significant is the buildup to this whole conflict that we have seen around Iran and the waters around Iran. If you would kind of remind us, bring us up to date as to where resources are militarily right now around Iran as they were preparing for this conflict, and now they are in the midst of it, and if there is anything else headed there.
Yeah, so we know that CENTCOM is telling us that this is actually the largest buildup of firepower in the region in a generation. And why that is not because of the number of individuals who have been brought in. In fact, it didn't actually really spike that much from the standing steady state that exists in the region. What was brought in were additional ships in the form of an additional carrier strike group. There's now 2 there. One, the Abraham Lincoln, is over in the Arabian Sea. Then the USS Gerald R. Ford is in the Eastern Mediterranean. But remember, Yaz, that's just on the other side of Israel. When you're talking about carrying out strikes into Iran, or even more importantly, defending Iran or allies in the region, you can absolutely do that from the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have the aircraft carrier and a number of destroyers and the associated ships there ready to do just that. It's not just the ships, though. A tremendous amount of air power has also been brought in. We've been hearing about that again for weeks in the name of advanced air fighters like F-35s, F-22s. One that I will highlight that is critical here is about a dozen F-22s that were sent into southern Israel several days ago into Avda, which is an Israeli base in the south there. Why those are so important is not just because they provide the ability to carry out airstrikes. They absolutely do. They have two other capabilities that are really important for this current fight that we are watching unfold. One, air-to-air. That means that when Iran is firing back cruise missiles or drones, as we have now seen them do on numerous occasions towards Israel, F-22s can be up in the air. They can shoot them down. We saw them do just that when Iran fired on Israel in April of 2024, shooting down some of the roughly 300 projectiles that Iran launched towards Israel in that attack. They also, though, have the ability to suppress enemy air defenses. Why that is so important is because we know that there are manned aircraft involved in these strikes over Iran. Iran has had a lot of their strategic air defenses taken out, mainly by Israel, some by the United States over the last 18 months to 2 years, but they still do have the capability to shoot down or target an aircraft flying over their territory. That is why you need capabilities like the F-22s to be able to move in there, jam or take out those air defenses to essentially clear a path for other manned aircraft to come in. Finally, another munition or weapon that I would point out here is the Tomahawk. It's no secret. It's not a new weapon at all. We've seen it used multiple times in the region. Frankly, we just saw it used in Venezuela even. That has the ability to fire a long-range precision missile into Iran to take out things like structures, air defense systems. It has the ability to target it very precisely, and why it's so important to the military right now is it gives them what's known as standoff capability. It gives them the ability to be back further away. They're still within range of an Iranian missile, but they are far enough back that they have a little bit of time if they see a missile coming towards them that the U.S. would be able to target and presumably, hopefully, be able to shoot it down before it could hit. So those are some of the capabilities that I would point out that are in the region. Yes, what they have there right now gives the U.S. the ability to conduct a sustained offensive campaign into Iran and to maintain a defensive capability to fire back, to defend against Iranian missiles for days or weeks. I'm not ready to say that they could go much beyond that with what they have there, but at least for now they could do days or weeks, I would say, with this current operational tempo.
What do we know about the intelligence they have with regards to Iran's military capabilities? I know we saw a glimpse of it in the 12-day war, but have they even been able to kind of glean more, especially with their ongoing negotiations with Iran, as to Iran's military capabilities in preparation for this conflict?
Yeah, you know, one thing that's been really striking is how the Trump administration has been talking about these imminent threats from Iran to the United States without really laying out the evidence to prove why the threats are so imminent. Now, a senior Trump administration official did say that the short-term threat that the U.S. faces from Iran is their ballistic missile program. We heard a little bit about that from President Trump in the State of the Union this past week as well. But the reality is Iran has had a growing and advancing ballistic missile program for years. That is not new. Their efforts to get an intercontinental ballistic missile that would have the ability to hit the United States is also not new. There are many analysts and experts who believe that they have been masking their efforts to expand their missile range beyond the roughly 2,500 to 3,000 kilometers that they currently have, that they've been masking that ability in their space program. So essentially what they're trying to do is hide behind working on things like a survivable reentry vehicle, something that they can put up into space and has the ability to come back down through the atmosphere without burning up and then target the land below. Now, that would provide them with a longer range missile capability. So there are some people who believe that, again, they are masking their efforts to get a longer range intercontinental ballistic missile with the space program. But the Defense Intelligence Agency for the United States has made no secret of the fact that the U.S. is watching those potential efforts, and they still have put Iran's abilities to have any real arsenal of ICBMs at almost a decade out, 2035, before they would have the ability to really have a sustained ICBM and extensive inventory of those. So it's not really clear why this threat is suddenly so urgent or so imminent. I have to say, when you look at Iran, yes, on their back heels because of the protests recently, they are also, they continue to be on their back heels militarily, though, because of the strikes, not only with Midnight Hammer that targeted the nuclear facilities last June, but with Israeli strikes, specifically the ones in October of 2024. Israel really took out a lot of Iran's air defense systems then, their S-300s, and they have not been able to fully rebuild those, but experts believe that they could have rebuilt them within 18 months to 2 years. So they may have been facing a deadline on that. That may have been one of the things that weighed on the Trump administration, but they have not made that case to the public.
Is this something, Courtney, that they had planned to do for quite some time, or did they kind of decide on launching yesterday? Do we know a timeline of when they made the final decision?
So we know that Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu visited Mar-a-Lago over the holidays just after Christmas and made the case to President Trump for why the U.S. and or Israel need to go and target the ballistic missile program in Iran. We know, so at a minimum, this has been something that's been on the U.S. radar going after the ballistic missiles for several months now. But it's, you know, candidly, we've been asking about it since then, and we've gotten hot and cold responses about whether this was something that the U.S. was going to do imminently. We know, again, from a senior Trump administration official that the U.S. did try diplomacy here with these talks. We've been talking a lot about the ones in Geneva this week with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. One of the senior Trump administration officials said that it became clear during the talks this week that Iran was trying to use stall tactics, that they were not really serious about making a deal, and that may be a part of the calculus here.
All right, Courtney Kube, thank you. We're going to pause now for an NBC special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good afternoon. We are coming on the air with major breaking news out of the Middle East. President Trump just posted on Truth Social that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed during the joint U.S.-Israel attack on Iran. Khamenei was the most powerful figure in Iran, both a political and religious leader. He's been a lifelong adversary of both the U.S. and Israel, and the news of his death could have massive implications, not only for Iran, but for the entire Middle East. I want to bring in our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kube. Courtney, I know this is very fresh. This news just coming out. It started with the Israelis and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announcing this really to his country and the world. What more do we know? Because this was a joint strike between the U.S. and Israel.
Yeah, so it does appear that the Israelis were more focused on the leadership, at least in the early stages of this, and the U.S. military was more focused on the military and the security apparatus in Israel. But we do now have a senior U.S. official who's familiar with the matter who says that the U.S. believes the Ayatollah is dead, and this is based on their communications with the Israelis here. So, again, we're still working on more detail. We have, as you said, we've had a number of indicators that this was likely as the day has moved on, including from the Israelis. We had that tremendous reporting from our colleague Kristen Welker and her phone call with President Trump, where he said it seemed like the reports were likely correct about the Ayatollah being dead. But, Tom, I don't have to tell you, this would be a tremendous sea change. You know, if and when there is some sort of an official confirmation out of Iran that, in fact, the 86-year-old Ayatollah was killed in these strikes. And he is not the only individual who has been targeted in this ongoing air campaign in Iran. We know that other senior Iranian officials have also been targeted. We're working on more details about exactly who and whether those strikes were actually successful. U.S. military strikes have included IRGC, or Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Command and Control, and that could have included senior leaders there as well.
Courtney, stand by for us. This is still a very active military operation. There are missiles and drones flying from both Iran and all over the Middle East right now. I want to get to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Him and his team have seen what is happening right now in Israel, a large strike. Unclear what it was, right, Richard, whether it was a missile falling or maybe something from the air defense system, but a large black plume of smoke seen over the skies of Tel Aviv tonight.
It was clearly a missile that impacted. It came in, its speed, it exploded with a lot of force. Initial reports that several Israelis, perhaps 2 or more, were killed in that strike, not very far from where we are. In general, however, Tom, Israel has been able to stop nearly all of the missiles that Iran has been firing. The air defenses, which Israel and the U.S. are now working on together, have been incredibly effective. But this is not just a conflict between Israel, the United States, and Iran at this point. It is already spread across the region. There are about 9 different countries that have been impacted by this, by these military activities, with Iran carrying out strikes across the Gulf against U.S. bases.
We cannot stress enough, Richard, we thank you for that, but again, we cannot stress enough the importance, the magnitude of this moment that the Ayatollah in Iran has been killed. We're going to be continuing to follow this story. It's going to conclude this NBC News special report right now. We're going to have much more live coverage ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com. I'm Tom Yamas reporting from Miami tonight. We thank you for watching.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to our live coverage on the U.S. strikes on Iran. The president just confirming the death of Iran's supreme leader. Want to get right to our senior White House correspondent, Garrett Haake, who's standing by with more news on this. This is a historic, monumental moment for the world, for Iranians as well, amidst this ongoing conflict, Garrett, between Iran, the United States, and Israel. Walk us through what more we know and what the president posted today on Truth Social.
Yeah, it's really impossible to overstate the importance of this moment, Yasmin, but also how pivotal it is. And I think the president's statement on Truth Social recognizes that. For context, the president was, a little bit slower than the Israelis today to confirm this death. It had been out there for a while. The president, throughout the course of the day, had been telling reporters he wasn't sure. He thought it was likely true, but he wanted to see more evidence. At some point, truly within the last hour or so, the president seems to have seen sufficient evidence to make this statement, noting that the Ayatollah, who he calls one of the most evil people in history, is now dead. His statement goes on to convey information to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, to the military, to other authorities in Iran, reiterating what he said in his video overnight last night. They're essentially offered immunity if they put their weapons down now, if they don't defend this regime. One of the outstanding questions really in the build-up to these strikes and through today is, what happens next? What happens to the government of Iran? Who is in charge there now and into the future? The president seems to kind of lean into that debate, telling these folks who were with the regime that they could have what he calls unlimited immunity if they lay their weapons down. Immunity now or death later is essentially the offer here. And he cautions that this bombing, what he calls heavy and pinpoint bombing, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary. So you see this pivotal moment here with the death, as the president confirms, of the Ayatollah, and a warning to anyone who might have still been following him that now is the opportunity to essentially change sides to whatever comes next in Iran.
Do we know how in lockstep the president is with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, i.e., have they been on the phone multiple times today? Do we have any reporting on that as this conflict has been ongoing, Garrett?
Well, we know they've spoken at least once. The Prime Minister released a photo of that conversation. The White House has not shared much information. Most of the information about that coordination has come from the Israeli side. The IDF put out a statement earlier today saying that the planning of these operations has been going on for months. And Yasmin, I'll point you to the fact that Prime Minister Netanyahu was here in Washington about 18 days ago, not quite 3 weeks ago. We know that he met with the president, but there were no photos from that meeting. It was kind of a low-key meeting, as you're likely to have between two world leaders of such consequence. I think one of our big reporting goals going forward is going to be to figure out what was discussed then about what would happen today in light of the kind of military coordination it takes to pull off something like what's happened in the last 24 hours. This was not something that was dreamed up overnight. And so kind of what were those discussions like then all the way through what we're seeing now?
Yeah, when did they know they were actually going to pull this thing off? Because, Garrett, yesterday, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, happy to be corrected, but the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was heading to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as of yesterday to give him an update on the talks between Steve Witkoff, Iran's foreign minister, and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. Instead, Rubio was pictured with the president at Mar-a-Lago watching the operation take place inside Iran. Do we know when that itinerary changed or if that itinerary never even existed?
Here's what I can tell you about that timeline. Throughout the course of the day yesterday, remember the president was traveling to Texas first for a rally, then on to Florida. Several times throughout the day, he was asked by reporters or brought up on his own the possibility of strikes on Iran. And it's several times in the afternoon of Friday, he said he hadn't made up his mind yet, that he still wanted to see if he could strike a peaceful solution. It's not at all clear when, between about 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday, which was the last time he said anything of that nature, and the times the bombs started falling around, I believe, 1:15 Eastern time, his position shifted. Now, we know from a briefing from senior administration officials who spoke to reporters, including myself, a little more than an hour ago, that the feeling from those negotiations that were happening earlier this week were that they were ultimately going nowhere on the two biggest issues. That the United States offered Iran free civilian use nuclear fuel forever if they would stop enriching their own uranium, and that the Iranians rejected that, and that the Iranians refused to discuss at all their ballistic missile program. That, to the American negotiators, was a sign, in their view, that Iran wasn't serious. So I think, again, one of these open questions that we're still trying to answer is, did the president decide, as his language from that video last night suggested, that Iran was an imminent threat, that something had to be done right now between about 5 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night? Or did he reach the decision, based on a briefing from those negotiators, that ultimately these talks were going to go nowhere, and as the administration has said, that it would be less dangerous to the U.S. and to our allies to strike now, to strike early, than it would be to sit back and wait for a less opportune time in the future? So many questions we still have to answer in the midst of sort of a real and political fog of war, if you will, about exactly how all of this came together.
Any idea if the president is going to walk out in the next few hours and announce the death of the Ayatollah? And I only ask that because, of course, we remember when Osama bin Laden was killed, President Barack Obama came out and he said, Osama bin Laden has in fact been killed. When Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, was killed, President Trump said the same thing. He made a big announcement in the evening at the White House. Do we have any indication if the president intends to do the same thing here with Khamenei?
I think it's unlikely, but not impossible, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the White House has already called what they call a lid, which is essentially a guidance to the reporters who would be traveling with the president in Florida that they intend to make no more on-camera news for the night. That typically is a sign that you can go home for the day, although those lids are occasionally lifted, including in one of the examples you gave at the death of Osama bin Laden. I remember seeing the email come through that the White House lid was being lifted. It's very rare, but it does in fact happen. Also, I think just the nature of the way in which this information came out, with the president telling reporters who reached him by phone today that he wasn't sure, and then ultimately putting this out on Truth Social, that suggests to me that when he had the information, he decided that the best way to share it was online. I think given the fact that he had sort of stretched that timeline a little bit, if he really wanted to say it on camera, he probably would have just stretched it a little more. It's a long way of saying, Yasmin, I can't read his mind. I don't know for certain, but I think it's unlikely that we see the president on camera again today.
I got one more for you, and it's a question that's kind of been itching me a little bit, and that is the politics of all of this. We are inside a major election year. The country's first primary is on Tuesday down in Texas. As you mentioned, the president was just there yesterday talking about the Senate candidates running for Republican senator there. This is a political risk for the president, this launch on Iran. A lot of his supporters voted for him to get out of wars, not to get into them, right? How is the White House reconciling this decision with that promise to Trump supporters?
I've been fascinated by this dynamic for weeks now, Yasmin, as we've been building up to this moment. I've asked the White House several times whether the president feels like he needs to go out and make a more complete case to the American people for why these strikes are necessary. And every time I've gotten sort of the pushback that no decision had been made yet. It is a political risk, and I would argue even more so for Donald Trump than for a traditional Republican president. Obviously, military strikes done well can lead to a rally around the flag moment. Ask George H.W. Bush about that. in the first Desert Storm, where his popularity shot through the roof in the wake of that. But there is a risk that the strikes go badly or that military action goes badly. Ask George H.W. Bush's son, George W. Bush, what happens when the U.S. gets bogged down in the Middle East. Or ask Jimmy Carter, who tried to run a rescue operation in Iran in the 1970s that ultimately was the beginning and the end of his political career when that operation went poorly. So there is sort of the operational risk on the ground, I think, in Iran that could create more political risk for the president. I also think this president is uniquely susceptible to that risk, given the way that he ran his campaigns plural, as someone who didn't want to be involved in more foreign wars, who thought the most recent war in Iraq was a waste of U.S. efforts. And has seen some doubt from core elements of his supporters. I'm thinking about the former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was very critical of this action today. So politically speaking, I think here's what you're likely to see. Republicans have been coming out today, almost in lockstep, but not entirely, defending the way that the president has handled this, praising him for going after someone who has been perceived as an enemy of America for a very long time. Democrats have been sharply critical. I think in the short term, what we'll see is these strikes, no matter how they go, animating Democratic opposition to the president. And then there's this risk-reward factor on the Republican side. Whether this sort of operation continues to be perceived as going well could keep even skeptical Republicans in his camp. But boy, the minute things might start to turn south here, Yasmin, I think there is that enormous and perhaps amplified risk for President Trump, given the kind of unique nature of his platform.
Garrett Haake, thank you for answering that question for me. Appreciate it, my friend. Want to get to Alex Vatanka now. He is a senior fellow and the founding director of the Iran program at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Alex, welcome. I think first let's start with the reaction to this huge news with, it seems, the confirmation of the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, 86 years of age, the supreme leader of Iran, who came to power in the late 80s after the death of the godfather of the 1979 revolution, Khamenei.
Oh, Yasmin, it's great to be with you. Look, as you said, Ali Khamenei took over this job in summer of 1989. So he's had 37 years in this position. And in fact, when I look at his track record, here's a man who had multiple of opportunities over the course of almost 4 decades to listen to his own people. It's a very basic thing to do for us when you listen, and he never really listened. So when I read into the reactions of the Iranian people, I'm seeing much more joy than grief. And that takes us to the sort of overall popularity of the Islamic Republic. Adds up today, I would say 10-15% of Iran's 92 million might still be supporting the Islamic Republic. Majority of them want to see an end of this regime. And here's a strategic opportunity for the regime and perhaps the remnants of the the people of Iran and the remnants of the regime to go in a different direction. That's a big question going forward. Is the death of Ali Khamenei going to be essentially taken advantage of for the Iranians to sort of go in a very different direction when Khamenei for so long refused to allow that to happen?
What do you mean by that, taking advantage of?
So Khamenei, for about 4 decades, heard his own people asking for reform. For example, they didn't want this sort of foreign policy that he was so supportive of, fighting Israel, trying to get the United States out of the region. On the domestic front, what the Iranian people wanted was basic human dignity being respected, not having Islam essentially as a political tool, forced upon them. Khamenei refused to listen to those voices. He insisted he knew the best way forward. And again, with his death, I don't know what chances the remnants of the regime have to go in a different direction, but here's an opportunity for them, if they survive the bombardment of the Israelis and the Americans, to go in a different direction. But I have no doubt Ali Khamenei is not going to be missed by majority of Iranians, because he's seen essentially as the one man who for so long was the brain behind a repressive regime that has been in Iran for since, at least in this case, since 1989.
So, Alex, since we learned of his death, the question I've been asking is, who is his successor? And I know there was a point in which his son was seen as the successor after the deaths of President Raisi in that helicopter crash. However, nepotism is not looked upon very well in this leadership inside Iran, because for them it reflects, of course, the monarchy that used to exist in Iran before the 1979 revolution. Who do you see, it seems, from your research, the successor of Khamenei, and if, in fact, by the way, he is still alive after these attacks?
So, I mean, we have to assume at this point, I'm assuming that he's dead. But, you know, I would say this. The Islamic Republic made up this idea of a supreme leadership. This was a man-made role. There's nothing in the Islamic religion that justifies a position like this. There's nothing in Iranian history that talks about a cleric being as the head of the state. So, you know, he could be the second and last supreme leader for the country of Iran. I think plenty of Iranians would like to see the end of a supreme leadership, an unelected entity with excessive amounts of powers. And when that individual occupying that position gets it wrong as often as Khamenei did, it brought the country to this point of disaster. So, you know, this, again, a strategic opportunity for the country to say, you know what, we have to turn a page. We have been living like this for about 47 years. And I mean,
But you're coming from, I gotta be honest, Alex, you're coming from an idealistic perspective of an individual inside of this regime who has been living this regime, who has been making money off this regime, who has found power through this regime, to then make an about face and say, okay, we need a new perspective, right? That is going to likely come from the activists and the people on the ground who want to see change, not from inside, it seems, the leadership that currently exists.
Well, I think the basic equation for both people who want to see the Islamic Republic survive is to maybe do what I was saying Khamenei refused to do, which is listen to the people. Look, you just have to listen to the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian. I mean, he is someone who's been saying since he's been in office, you know what, I don't have any power. Why doesn't he get some power as the executive, head of the executive? There are things they can do within the Islamic Republic to reform themselves. I think even vast majority of people who still support this entity might see that as the only way out. But I also have to say this. I don't think vast majority of Iranians want to see a reformed Islamic Republic. They really want to see this entire thing thrown out and replaced with something better. But that takes us to the $1 million question. What is that something better? Is there a plan that is ready? Some are saying they have the plan, are ready to go in. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, others are not so sure. That's a big question going forward. And we obviously still also have to wait and see what happens with the actual war, because just because Khamenei is dead doesn't mean the Revolutionary Guards are going to stop firing those missiles. They got thousands and thousands of those ready. And I'm expecting them to continue to fight for at least in the short term.
Yeah. By the way, some of those images that we've been seeing on the screen, as Alex has been talking, of course, you've been seeing Khamenei basically on a loop over and over again as we're discussing his death here. But pictured next to Khamenei in some of those pictures is the picture of what they see as a martyr, and that is Soleimani, the former head, essentially, of the Revolutionary Guard, who was also killed by U.S. forces I guess 3 years ago or something at this point. Alex Vatanka, thank you. Appreciate it. Top of the hour, everybody. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. We are continuing our breaking news coverage right here on NBC News Now, and we are following a historic moment unfolding in the Middle East. President Trump announcing on his Truth Social account that Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, was killed today in the Middle East from U.S. and Israeli strikes on the country. The president earlier today telling NBC's Kristen Welker, quote this, "The people that make all the decisions, most of them are gone." The Iranians have not yet confirmed the Ayatollah's death. These were the scenes just hours ago in Iran. U.S. and Israeli forces launching a huge attack, possibly the first of several to come, hitting both military and regime targets inside Iran. U.S. officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. This is new video into us from U.S. Central Command showing the attacks inside Iran. NBC News has learned from 2 U.S. officials that the U.S. aimed to take out Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs while Israel targeted Iran's political and military leaders. Iran has been hitting back, launching a barrage of missiles towards U.S. allies in the Middle East. This video showing what appears to be a drone slamming into an apartment building in Bahrain. Other missiles targeting countries like the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. The president is in South Florida at this hour and was at his Mar-a-Lago resort as the attack unfolded overnight. These are some new images released by the White House of the president, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio monitoring the strikes as they happened. Of course, his chief of staff in that room as well. If you are just joining us, a senior U.S. official as well telling us that Khamenei has in fact been killed. We want to bring in our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Cubie, who is joining us now. Courtney, you were just getting this information in the last 30 minutes or so. Walk us through what more we are learning from the White House and the Pentagon this hour.
Yeah, so this is according to a senior U.S. official who's familiar with the matter, and it's based on what the Israelis are informing the Americans about, that they are confident that, in fact, the Ayatollah was killed in these strikes. We're still looking for more specific evidence, but as you mentioned now, President Donald Trump posting on social media, on his Truth Social, specifically that the Ayatollah is dead, and what he called him one of the most evil people in history. Now, again, we have not heard this officially from Iran, but we do have increasing indications that, in fact, he was killed in these strikes. Remember, the Israeli Defense Forces, their strikes were targeting more of the Iranian leadership. The U.S. military, however, was targeting more of the military and the security infrastructure and command and control in Iran. Now, that includes things like the ballistic missile program. That is what a senior Trump administration official told a group of reporters during a briefing today was the closer term or shorter term threat from Iran against the United States was their growing and advancing ballistic missile program. But Yasmin, you know well that that is a program that they have had for years, decades even. And yes, it has been advancing, but it's still not really clear what this acute or imminent threat was from the ballistic missile program. Now, we do know that Iran's air defenses have been crippled in recent months and years, specifically by Israeli airstrikes, but also by some U.S. efforts as well. And the Iranians were not only rebuilding their ballistic missile program that had been depleted because of ongoing back and forth between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, but also they were rebuilding their air defense systems, and they were rebuilding their crippled nuclear program that the U.S. targeted in Operation Midnight Hammer last June. So what may be the case here is that these factors were all sort of coming together into a place where Iran was reacquiring some of its damaged and in some cases even destroyed capabilities and coming to a point where they could become more of an acute threat. Yes.
You know, it's interesting, Courtney, that you bring up the ICBMs, because I believe it was Secretary of State Marco Rubio that first surfaced that he was interested in Iran giving up its ballistic missiles program in these negotiations when they had initially resumed these nuclear negotiations. And I thought it was interesting because it felt like a non-starter to me, as if the Americans were putting the Iranians in an impossible situation, that they were essentially asking them, you know, whether or not it's the ICBMs or just the BMs, to disarm, right? To get rid of everything, right? And it felt as if the Iranians were in no way, shape, or form going to be able to agree to something like that, which would, without a doubt, lead to conflict, to war.
Mm-hmm. For years, while there's so much focus on the Iranian nuclear program, for years U.S. military officials have warned us that the ballistic missile program is really the bigger threat when it comes to not just the region, also Europe, and then ultimately to the United States. And that is what Marco Rubio seemed to be indicating here. But yes, I think one of the reasons this has been so confusing and confounding to the American public is the justification for this military action has really been all over the place, and including this 8-minute video that President Trump put out overnight, in which he talked not only about the nuclear program, not only about the ballistic missile program, but also mentioned annihilating the Iranian military, and then also talked about regime change. So the ultimate goals, or what the hopeful outcome for the U.S. out of this, is either unclear, or it is these multiple, very lofty ambitions that are not short-term efforts for the U.S. military to undertake. And it seems difficult to imagine a scenario in which the U.S. military strikes could ultimately lead to that regime change unless the people there are able to rise up. But as far as the Iranian ballistic missile program being a part of the negotiations, a senior Trump administration official also acknowledged what Marco Rubio said, and that was that they did want Iran to give up some of its missile program or to have some sort of safeguards on it. And the reality is Iran sees that as existential. That was a non-starter. The official said that they did not discuss that. It became very clear that the talks were really more about a stalling and getting to a point where they could get themselves on a stronger footing so that they would be ready for any kind of a potential conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
Within the ranks of the military and the sources that you've been speaking to, was there support for these strikes?
It's hard to say because it's not a monolith. They're definitely the senior military officials and defense officials are not. They are not hiding from the fact that this is a difficult and dangerous undertaking. We've already seen some of the effects of that within, a couple of hours. Iran was firing off ballistic missiles at multiple locations in the region. They fanned out, they spread it out to at least 6 different nations, nations that have U.S. military bases and presence there. And while the majority of those so far have been shot down, that has also been a sustained effort. We know that at least one projectile, we believe that it was what's known as a one-way attack drone, actually was targeting Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. That's sort of the heartbeat of the U.S. Navy in U.S. Central Command area. At least one did impact in Bahrain. We still have no indication of any American casualties or injuries, but that this is a very evolving and ongoing situation. The military were not shying away from the reality that this is a dangerous undertaking. There's a large U.S. presence in the region. The U.S. has a lot of allies in the region. And as soon as they undertook these first strikes earlier this morning, it became a potential back and forth that, as the president himself said, could lead to casualties.
When we talk about war, when we talk about conflict, we obviously know boots on the ground, we know air defenses, we know by water. However, we also talk now about cyber attacks, right? That is kind of the future of conflict, of world conflict. Do we have any reporting to suggest that they are also engaging in any cyber attacks on Iran, in addition to what we are actually seeing with our own eyes?
We don't have any specifics, but I find it absolutely impossible to believe that there's no cyber component to these attacks. It's become such a standard for whenever there's any kind of a military operation, and it can be something so simple as before they fly over an area, they jam any kind of radars or air defense systems to give them more of a safe passage to get through an area. They can jam cell phones and communications on the ground before they take strikes as well. That again gives them more safety than they would have for manned airstrikes. All of that has become, almost standard in these sorts of missions and operations. And the U.S. has that capability not just back here at home, but they have sent in things like growlers, aircraft that have the ability they can put them up in the air and they can basically jam things around them. So they absolutely have both cyber and electronic warfare capabilities forward there.
We also know that Mossad has extensive intelligence on the ground inside Iran, and the U.S. is reliant oftentimes on Mossad's intelligence gathering and capabilities, especially when it comes to human intelligence gathering. What do we know about the CIA's presence on the ground in Iran and their ability to gather human intelligence? How entrenched are they in Iran right now?
Candidly, I think even if we had a lot of details, we would have to be careful sharing. Yeah. But that being said, there's again, it's sort of like the cyber and the electronic warfare. I find it impossible to believe that the United States doesn't have more presence there than we are aware of in the public.
Courtney Hubie, thank you. As always, I want to go to Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who's standing by for us on the ground in Tel Aviv, who sought safety and is now back in front of the camera for us. Richard, this seismic news that is emerging from Tehran in the death of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who came to power in 1989 after the death of Khomeini, the godfather of the 1979 revolution. He was sick, he was old, and yet he was taken out, it seems, by the latest strike, in a joint strike by Americans and Israelis. What more are we hearing from the Israelis on this news?
Well, we're not hearing a great amount of details from the Israelis. In fact, at this stage, the Israelis are primarily talking about other members of the senior Iranian leadership who have been killed. And the Israelis have talked about a half dozen top leaders. I'm not going to list their names right now because we haven't been able to independently verify them. But according to the Israelis, several members, a half dozen or more, top leaders have also been killed in addition to the supreme leader. So according to Israeli media, according to what President Trump has just said, according to Courtney's reporting, Christian's reporting, my reporting, it seems like there has been a massive series of attacks against the leaders of Iran, and effectively a decapitation-style series of attacks, eliminating the upper echelons of power in Iran. A very, very significant move, potential, I don't want to say it makes regime change easier, but it does create a power vacuum. Already we've heard from the Iranians. The Iranians have come out officially and said that President Trump's claim was baseless. So they're denying that the Supreme Leader is dead, that he was killed. They have not, however, put out any evidence to suggest that he is still alive. There were some reports earlier today that Khamenei was going to give a speech. He never did. So the Iranians are saying that he's still alive, but they have denied when other Iranian officials have been killed or died in the past. When Raisi was killed in that fairly suspicious helicopter crash, if you remember, for quite some time, for days in fact, the Iranians were saying that it was only a hard landing when it turned out that Raisi, the president at the time, was killed. So I would take the Iranian denial with some degree of skepticism.
And of course, Raisi was a successor for Khamenei, and that's why it seemed as if his son was going to be, in fact, the successor to Khamenei, although that was problematic as well because of Iran's history. And I think you put it well in which you said it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make regime change any easier, because as you and I have talked about many times at this point, if the president's ultimate objective, which we know now, and the prime minister's ultimate objective is regime change, it is going to be an incredibly difficult process. It is not just going to take a few strikes over the next few days to achieve that.
Absolutely. Iran is a huge country, 90 million people, multiple ethnic groups. It is not at all guaranteed that if the state collapses, it collapses in one piece. You could see Iran divide into pieces. You could see a Kurdish section, you could see a Baluchi section, you could see an Arab section close to the border with Iraq. There are many different groups that might try and carve out their own autonomous area. So it is just because the Supreme Leader apparently has been killed, along with other members of the administration, their senior advisors to Khamenei, it does not mean that the entire system will neatly collapse and be replaced by a new Western-friendly government. We don't know how that might even happen. There are still police on the streets. There are still Basij forces, the Revolutionary Guards, shock troops on the ground. In fact, more of them have been deployed since this operation began. So it is very difficult, if not impossible, at this stage for Iranians to go out and try and take control of government buildings or arm themselves. That could come in the coming days. That is certainly what Prime Minister Netanyahu and what President Trump have called for. But calling for it from afar and actually going out onto the streets and trying to take over government positions and government ministries and holding them is a much more challenging task.
You know, oftentimes, as we would see in conflicts like this one, although we've never seen anything like this in our time, Iran would rely on its proxies to respond to attacks like this one. However, Israel has weakened many of Iran's proxies over the last 2+ years, from Hezbollah to Hamas. And I can't help but think that was very much on purpose to achieve this final objective where we are in this hour today, Richard.
I think that is absolutely the case. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has not been shy about that. He has been talking about Iran, about regime change in Iran, about getting the U.S. to support Israel in a mission that gets rid of the Islamic revolutionary government in Iran for many years. But there was always the concern that if there were major strikes taken directly by Israel or the United States against Iran, that Iran would respond against Israel with its proxies, because Hezbollah in Lebanon was a major force. It had tens of thousands of rockets pointed at Israel. Hamas, another major force. We saw its capacities with the October 7th massacre. The Houthis, there are militia groups in Iraq. But these militia groups, after the October 7th attacks, have been decimated. Hezbollah is a shadow of what it once was. Hamas, well, it is still intact and still in power. It only controls a small pocket of Gaza and is completely surrounded by Israeli forces. I was in Gaza a few days ago with Israeli troops. The Israelis are controlling about half of the Gaza Strip and have Hamas, what is left of Hamas in Gaza, effectively penned in. So the proxies have not been destroyed, but they have been weakened to a point that would that gave Israel and the United States the confidence to carry out this kind of mission. But I don't want to say this is the easy part, but this is the easy part. Carrying out strikes from afar against an enemy that has already been weakened, that has lost its militia groups, that has lost its outer armor, is something that the U.S. and Israel can do, are doing right now, because they have intelligence, because they have superior military capacities. But being on the ground in a country as large and as mountainous and as populated as Iran, and affecting change from afar, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it is a very tall order. When President Trump is calling on the Iranian people to go out onto the streets, he is calling on them to risk their lives and potentially lose their lives, because the Iranians right now are wounded. They are looking specifically for people who are trying to seize the moment and overthrow the government. So an extraordinarily dangerous time for anyone trying to do what President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are asking them to do.
How are, and I know these are very different groups, how are Israelis and Palestinians reacting to this conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran? They have been at war with one another for years. Israel obviously has sustained a lot of loss, and some damage as well. The Palestinians, a tremendous amount of loss. What have been their reactions that you have been hearing to this?
Well, Israelis in general, while they're nervous right now, Israelis are living in a state of emergency. They've been told to shelter in place, that no public gatherings are allowed here. This is a country that is now at war, and there are incoming missiles against Tel Aviv and other parts of this country. So Israelis are hunkering down. They're watching the news. They are following events. But generally, they are supportive of this military action, because they believe that that Iran is a threat, that Iran has long been a threat, that Iran has long been a supporter of groups like Hezbollah and Hamas, which have attacked Israel repeatedly. So in this country, there is I think, general support for any kind of operation that could bring regime change, bring a different kind of government to Iran. And Israelis remember that when the Shah was in power before 1979, Iran was a very close ally of both the United States and Israel. Yeah. That is one of the reasons that the revolutionary government became so anti-American and became so anti-Israeli, because it wanted to stand against everything that the Shah was not. They wanted to be the opposite of what the Shah was, so they took a rejectionist tone. They opposed anything that the United States or Israel supported. So that's on the Israeli side. On the Palestinian side and on the Arab side, there is a concern that the U.S. and Israel are throwing their weight around. that they are entering into a potentially open-ended conflict, and that this region is going to have to pay the price, that eventually American troops are going to leave, that the American warships will return to their bases, and they could be leaving behind a large country in the center of the Middle East that is in chaos or in ruins. So there are deep concerns, not just among Palestinians, but among Arab officials that I've been speaking to about the day after. What happens next to the Middle East? What happens next to Iran? And it's important to also look at the sort of the map here and how quickly this conflict has spread. I'm in Tel Aviv. In front of me is the Mediterranean Sea. Going from here through Jordan all the way through Pakistan right now, there are open conflicts. You have conflicts for about 3,000 miles from where I'm standing right now, because Afghanistan and Pakistan are now in an open state of war. So as things stand right now, there are open, ongoing conflicts from the Mediterranean Sea to the Indian border. And that has many people in this region, not just Palestinians, but senior Arab officials, very concerned about what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have in mind, and do they have a day after plan?
Richard Engel, on the ground for us in Tel Aviv, thank you. Want to bring in now Iranian-American journalist and NBC News analyst Houman Majd, who is standing by. Houman, it's great to talk to you. You are hearing the news now, confirmation that Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been killed by Israeli and American strikes. Before you react, I want to read for you what we're getting from Fars news agency out of Iran. It was a statement by the Iranians in which they said, it is worth noting that Trump has a long record of spreading false and fabricated news. They go on to say, among previous examples of this behavior is his claim about the fall of the city of Mashhad, which was later shown to have no factual basis and to have been merely media sensationalism. Media analysts believe that such statements under current circumstances are largely a form of psychological operation and an attempt to influence public opinion. What do you make of that statement from the Iranians and the death of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader?
Well, first of all, obviously the Iranians are denying it at this point in multiple ways, and you just read one of the denials. But I think it's also important to point out that Donald Trump did not claim that he personally knew. It was based on Israeli intelligence, and the U.S. administration is saying based on Israel telling U.S. So it's not a direct claim from the U.S. And yes, it's entirely possible that that has happened. But until Iran confirms it, I think we have to be a little careful not to just say it's confirmed. But yeah, it's entirely possible that he has been killed. I have to assume that the Israelis are making that claim based on human intelligence. But as we know that sometimes human intelligence can be misleading or incorrect, it is actually quite bizarre given the fact that this attack was very likely, especially after Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, on Friday told his staff that they should leave Israel, that the Iranians would have an above-ground meeting with the supreme leader and some of their top leadership. It's impossible. It's possible they did that, but it's kind of strange given the fact that the supreme leader has been in hiding for quite a while. From what we understand, underground and not above ground, has shown up above ground in meetings and so on and so forth, but not when it's been this close to an attack. So, it's entirely possible that it's happened. The fact that the Iranians are denying it right now doesn't mean anything necessarily. Fars News may not have the correct information. It's just something standard that they will put out. But it is also true that in the past, some of these rumors have been wrong. For example, in the 12-day war, in June, when it was announced by Israel that Shamkhani, the Admiral Shamkhani, who is now on the Security Council, was declared to have been killed, he showed up a couple of days later and was not dead. So I think we have to be a little careful, but yes, it is entirely possible that he is dead.
So with that in mind, as we talk about how the leadership has been targeted, it seems, by the Israeli forces, and the Americans were going after more of the military sites, who do you suspect was in the target of the Israelis? when they were figuring out who to go for that would likely help obtain the objective that both the Israelis and the Americans have in mind, which is regime change?
Well, actually, I'm not sure regime change is necessarily the objective. I mean, certainly that's what Donald Trump believes is the objective for the United States. I'm not sure that the Israelis have regime change as an objective, because regime change to what? There usually has to be some kind of alternative, but no one has presented an alternative. If it's the Crown Prince, the former Crown Prince, well, everyone's silent about that. No one is saying he's about to be brought to Iran. Regime change from the air, as Richard has pointed out, is very difficult, if not impossible. There are no U.S. troops ready to invade Iran. So regime change to what? It seems very likely that Israel would like to decapitate the regime, yes, and really cause Iran to become a failed state, if you will, or become even further weakened than it already is. Perhaps, as Richard pointed out, for some of these breakaway provinces to decide to, go for independence, to fight. I mean, all this, Iran,
like to create a chaotic sectarian divide inside of Iran. Is that what you feel like that could be the objective?
That could be an objective, to start a civil war. There are all these competing groups.
But that would lead to what they would want, which is regime change, right? I mean, at the end of the day...
Well, regime death. I mean, regime change usually implies that something different is going to take over. And when you talk about the United States and Israel, if they're talking about regime change, then surely they mean change to a regime that's more friendly to either the U.S., to both Israel and the United States, and is not hostile, at least, to either one, and has no intentions to attack those two countries. So that would be what regime change means, but that doesn't seem to be something that is possible at this point, given the projected power right now and the projection for the coming days, where there are no troops, there are no ground troops being considered to land in Iran, no special forces that we know of anyway, to bring about regime change, and to bring about regime change in favor of someone or some group. As you know, Yasmin, there's the MEK, who have agents on the ground in Iran. They've assassinated Iranian leadership in the past. They have quite, some support among U.S. politicians. The complete opposite of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who has support from different politicians and different people, and has his, quite a large support in the diaspora, and quite some support, as we know. We're not sure exactly how much, but support inside Iran. People have chanted his name. So there's those two groups. And then there's the activists inside Iran, some who are in jail. I mean, Mir Hossein Mousavi, who was the Green Movement leader and has been under house arrest since 2010, 16 years now almost under house arrest. His house was bombed today. So, if he could have been potentially someone who could change the regime in a way, because he had asked for recently, after the January massacre, he had said that there should be a referendum in Iran, a new constitution. So he potentially could have been someone that regime change could have envisioned, but they bombed his house. So, I mean, we don't know what exactly they're looking for. I don't think Donald Trump at this point has articulated what regime change means. Regime change is easy to say, as Richard pointed out from Tel Aviv. It's easy to say, go out and, take over the government. But I mean, people are hardly going to do that without knowing what they're doing. I mean, would you just go walk out and try to take over government buildings when the Basij and the IRGC are patrolling the streets? And,
I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, how do you put it into practice, which is what you're getting at?
Exactly.
And I'm glad I'm glad you brought that up, because Khamenei, he's not just the religious leader. He is a political leader. He is a military leader. He is the ideologue. Yes. He is the ideological leader of Iran as well.
Yes.
With his death, if he is no longer able to do that, who's making the calls here now, right? Who is commanding the IRGC? Who is making the Friday prayer speeches that is supposed to, gather the troops, essentially, right? Figuratively and literally.
Yeah. Well, if he's dead and they announce his death, then, it depends on a number of things. One, they could potentially just go by the Constitution and have the three-person council that, until the Assembly of Experts elects a new supreme leader runs the country, as it were, as the council, or they could go to wartime and have a wartime emergency and have Ali Larijani, for example, who was an IRGC commander, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who was an IRGC commander, who is now the Speaker of the Parliament, and Larijani is Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. Any one of those who have not been targeted, apparently, or if they were targeted, have not been hit. Israel's not claiming that those two have been hit, and they're probably the most senior of the former IRGC powerful people in Iran who could command the military and command the Basij and basically run the government as well, with the people that are already, the ministers that are already running the government and the ministries that are already running the government. So far, we actually haven't seen any defections or any public defections from the senior leadership. Right. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but so far we haven't seen that. And, as we saw this morning on NBC with the foreign minister of Iran speaking at length about there couldn't be, he referred to regime change as mission impossible. So I think there's still some sense inside Iran, based on what we're hearing and people I've spoken to, that the regime is intact and is going to hit back more than it already has. Richard has experienced some of that, and I think obviously Bahrain has experienced it, Emirates has experienced it. I mean, the Emirates is an interesting case that Iran is attacking the Emirates. Emirates is, their economy depends on safety, security, finance, tourism, travel. Emirates Airlines, as we all know, is one of the biggest airlines in the world. They have stopped all air travel into Dubai, for example, into the Emirates. And that's a big financial blow. We're hearing about the Straits of Hormuz, even if it hasn't been mined and officially closed, because that hasn't been confirmed yet. We have heard about ships not taking the risk of passing through the Straits of Hormuz. And so that will probably involve a spike in the price of oil. There's a lot of unknowns right now in terms of what comes next in terms of the leadership of Iran. But what we do know is regime change, or what we can assume right now, and I believe Richard and various other experts and people on the ground in the region have said it's very unlikely that we're going to see regime change with 3, 4, 5, even a week or two of aerial bombing. It's unlikely at this point.
Right.
Again,
the question
you need a hero.
Yeah, I mean, that is why I keep asking the question of, do the Israelis have the appetite for a prolonged war, conflict with Iran, if in fact they want to achieve the ultimate objective of regime change, and if they're willing to spend those resources in order to get to that, because that is likely what it would take. Houman Majd, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Good to see you. So as we are talking about the conflict that is happening overseas, there's obviously a lot of political fallout here domestically as well. What you're hearing from inside the walls of the Capitol, of course, inside the White House as well, reconciling this decision during a huge political year when we had the midterm elections just around the corner, the first primary of the season on March 3rd in Texas. On Tuesday, the president was in Texas just yesterday talking about that Senate primary as well with those 3 Republican candidates for Senate. So for that, I want to go to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who is traveling with the president near his home in West Palm Beach, Florida. She has been speaking to some top leaders in Congress after these strikes. Julie, good to talk to you. What are they telling you?
Yasmin, good to talk to you. A couple of moments ago, I talked to Senator Lindsey Graham, who has been perhaps the loudest ally in the president's ear over the last several weeks, trying to push him to get to this point, to push him to this direction, to take this kind of military action against Iran. Senator Graham told me that the president and his team and the entire White House is not out of the woods yet. He said, according to his conversations with not only the president but the administration since the early hours of this morning, that President Trump is monitoring this with his team, is prepared for additional strikes in the days to come to make sure that they, quote, finish the job. I think that is mirrored by what we heard from the president himself in a Truth Social post, as you talked to Garrett about when he announced the supreme leader is dead. He did say over the next few days they're going to need to continue to do heavy and pinpoint bombing, he said, to make sure that the threat has been obliterated. So certainly for the president, this is the beginning of a very long road, and he and his team are aware of this. I'm told he's been preparing for this for months. This operation, of course, has been something they've been talking about for a long time as they've tried to come to a diplomatic solution with Iran. As we know now, that seems to not be the case. Senior administration officials, Yasmin, told reporters just earlier today that it seemed that those negotiations started at a very, very weak point for Iran, and that it seemed clear, according to administration officials, that Iranians were not interested in getting to a place where they would talk about their nuclear program being ceased, their ballistic missile program being ceased, and getting to the point that the president and the Israeli leaders felt comfortable with at this moment. When you talk about what happens next, it's something I discussed with Senator Graham as well, specifically the politics of this. You can talk about the president's voters within the MAGA base, Republicans who listened to the president when he campaigned on no new wars, when he campaigned on being a president of peace, and were urging restraint over the last several weeks. Now I'm interested to see how his base reacts to this. Of course, Republicans like Graham are happy, but how about the rest of the Republicans that helped elect the president? And then you have Democrats, including some Republicans in Congress, who might want to put some guardrails on the president's power here, as we see him try and flex his muscle, not only in Iran, but in Venezuela several weeks ago, without congressional approval. According to the Constitution, it is Congress that can declare war. But as I talked to, for example, Democratic Senator Andy Kim earlier today, there is a lot of fury and concern that the White House is completely going against, pushing Congress to the side, and continuing to move forward in actions the president himself laid out could risk and lead to American casualties. That is something lawmakers I'm talking to, Yasmin, just simply cannot get over, and we could potentially see votes as soon as next week to try and limit the administration's future actions, military actions in Iran and elsewhere.
Two things I want to dig in on: how the president and his supporters reconcile what he campaigned on versus what he's actually doing, which is engaging in conflict versus getting America out of conflict. The other is Secretary of State Rubio and how close this circle of decision-making was on these strikes. And I asked that because yesterday we reported that Secretary Rubio was heading to Israel to consult with Netanyahu over the meetings with Witkoff, Kushner, and the foreign minister of Iran. Instead, it seems he made a U-turn and went to Mar-a-Lago to sit next to the president as they watched those strikes play out. When did that itinerary get changed? Was Rubio in on the potential plan beforehand or not?
Well, remember, Vice President Vance talked to an Omani foreign minister just yesterday. Negotiations were very much actively taking place. Rubio, the Secretary of State, briefed lawmakers earlier this week outlining the potential for this action, I'm told, but he also said the diplomatic talks were continuing to take place. So we know now that the Secretary of State's trip, his planned visit to Israel early next week, has now been put on hold. He's been with the president at Mar-a-Lago. We saw images pop up of the president's sort of makeshift situation room at Mar-a-Lago. Yasmin, I think it's interesting and notable for our viewers to know that this is the 6th major military operation the president watched unfold from his Mar-a-Lago estate, not the White House, from here in Florida, a couple of miles from where I am in Palm Beach. And that is notable because also the president has had his team with him, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, 2 individuals that were tasked with trying to negotiate behind the scenes to get to a diplomatic solution with Tehran. Of course, as we know, according to a call with senior administration officials, that has failed. But Secretary of State Rubio also, I'm told, did notify top senior lawmakers on the Gang of Eight. It is a coalition of lawmakers who have who oversee the intelligence community, who have access to top secret information, members of leadership, Democrats and Republicans that I'm told Secretary of State Rubio notified ahead of time that these strikes would be taking place. The notification window depends on who you ask. These were individual calls. Some, I'm told, were notified earlier in the day on Friday, some later in the evening. All in all, we know that most of those lawmakers were not told the exact time that these strikes would move forward. only that they would happen, I'm told, imminent and soon. And of course, we saw the president make that pre-recorded video message in what I should note, wearing the same hat, or seeming to wear the same hat that he deplaned in Palm Beach off of the plane last night from his political event in Texas. So a lot going on with the president today. I wish we could ask him directly about this operation, when he knew he made this decision. I recall a couple of weeks ago when the administration launched that operation in Venezuela to take out Nicolas Maduro, the president convened a news conference at Mar-a-Lago. Today, of course, we just have that video that he posted in which he said some things that lawmakers are paying attention to, including potential casualties. So far, we have not seen those, thankfully, but certainly a lot that the president is still watching and monitoring from Florida here.
This might be a little early to ask this question, but any idea if there's messaging coming out of the White House to folks that are going to have to be on this campaign trail talking about this, to Americans who say, why did you get us involved in another war?
Yeah, and the president's been asked about this, and he touched on it briefly during his State of the Union, although really didn't talk too much about Iran and about the situation during that speech, his major speech before lawmakers, before Americans, months ahead of the midterm elections. But we do know that Democrats focused on it, right? Because they know that this could be a pain point amid the president's base. But what we heard from the president weeks ago when he talked about Maduro, and what I expect we will hear from the president when he justifies this operation overnight, and what he said in his remarks that were pre-recorded, Yasmin, is that this is America first, because it is in America's interest to protect this country from what the president has called an imminent threat. The thing is, though, and I asked Senator Kim about this, who sits on the Homeland Security Committee, they've been asking for this justification, evidence of this so-called imminent threat, and they have not received it yet. So that is something that lawmakers are going to continue to press for. But when it comes to the president's base, certainly some frustration. Thomas Massey, for example, somebody that has been critical of the president before, but Rand Paul, others who are counter and run counter to the Senator Lindsey Grahams of the world and trying to be more hawkish about foreign events, about foreign intervention, they're definitely going to ask the president some questions about this. But again, the White House defending it, saying it is in America's interest to put a stop to this. The Iranian regime is weakest at this point now, and that is why they're getting involved. But the president also saying no plans to put boots on the ground as of yet.
Yeah, the question of how imminent was this threat, I think is pretty major, especially when it comes to those ICBMs. And of course, as we heard from the Iranian foreign minister this morning on NBC News, he felt as if your objective was regime change, he said that is a violation of international law, and then denied the existence of any program that's developing ICBM. So obviously still in question as to how far along they were in developing those missiles. Julie Sirkin in Florida for us. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. Want to bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Steve Warren to talk more about the military side of things here. Colonel, I want to dig into a little bit of the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the process to which you can share with us how it is that they are able to verify so quickly that he is in fact been killed. Because as you have heard from our coverage, if you have been listening in the time that you have not been on, despite the fact that the president has said he is dead, despite the fact that the Israelis have said he is dead, there are still some questions as to whether or not he is in fact dead. And so what is the process for that verification, and what they're able to share, for instance, over the communication lines to verify that?
Well, these are great questions, and we're not verified yet, right? We only know what we're being told through government sources, American and Israeli sources. In fact, normally what we'd look for is to have the Iranians confirm something, to have them say something like, we acknowledge that, you know, we lost our leader and we now have a new one. So the way they're getting their information now, Yasmin, there's several ways. First of all is how closely they were tracking the Ayatollah's actual location. If they knew where he was through various types of surveillance, struck that spot and demolished it, well, then they have some reasonable assumption. They'll then take that reasonable assumption and listen in on Iranian phone calls, Iranian communications, Iranian, we've heard the word before, chatter. That's an important word in the intelligence community. And so then they'll listen in on these things and be able to pick up some more clues to help verify what they already think. Finally, it's reasonable to assume that there are informants, sources, operatives in Tehran, inside of the government, and we'll use those, leverage those to try to get information on whether or not the Ayatollah has been killed. Ultimately, though, we won't really know until we can actually see the remains or hear directly from the Iranian government.
What are your concerns right now, knowing that someone as significant to this regime and the maintenance of this regime could be dead?
The biggest concern that I think we should all have is that there could be significant unrest inside of Iran. We don't know who will replace the Ayatollah. We don't know what their succession plan specifically is. We don't know how much the various factions inside Iran will begin to come at each other in order to vie for power. The results could be several things. The Iranians, whoever controls right now the Iranian missile architecture, could decide to throw everything else they've got out, right? They could decide, right, the strikes they've done so far, while significant, have not represented everything that the Iranians are capable of doing. They've held some back. So that's a possibility. The second possibility, of course, is just the impact on the citizens of Iran, the regular people of Iran, who we've called on the president and of the United States, the prime minister of Israel, have both called on the people of Iran to stand up and take back their government. Well, we don't know what's going to happen to those people if the tools of oppression inside Iran are still functioning, and if there's continued disorganization, unclarity, and tension inside the ruling class in Iran, we could see the Iranian people pay a heavy price.
You know, as we have been kind of cycling through these images of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in one of those images, guys, if you could bring that up, he is sitting next to a portrait of who they see as a martyr. That is Qasem Soleimani. He was the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and of all, essentially, the proxy forces outside of Iran. He was central, essentially, to the military forces in and outside of Iran. He was assassinated by the Americans back in 2020 as well. When that leadership, Colonel, was taken out, there was certainly, obviously, a succession plan. But how weakened, and there's the image that I'm talking about right now, that is Qasem Soleimani to the right or to the left, I should say, from where I'm sitting, if you're looking at your television, to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. How weakened is it, do you think, the Iranian military at this point, the IRGC at this point, in defending itself against both the United States and Israel?
Qasem Soleimani was a legitimate terrorist. He was responsible for the deaths of many American soldiers, some of my friends killed because of his actions. So his taking him off the chess table, so to speak, the chessboard, was good for America and good for the world. There was certainly a degradation of the IRGC's capabilities, particularly in the immediate aftermath of his death. But we do have to admit that in the following years, the IRGC was able to continue to function outside of Iran. Remember, much of what they do is foment unrest outside the borders of Iran, whether it's through Hezbollah, Hamas, Yemen, elsewhere around the world. This is what a lot of the IRGC is responsible for, and that did not stop. It was diminished in the short term, but when the IRGC found new leadership, reconstituted themselves, they were able to continue functioning. So this may be what we're facing with the senior leadership of Iran as well. We'll have to see.
I asked Courtney Kube this, our Pentagon correspondent, a little bit earlier, but it is something that I've been thinking a lot about, and that is the potential for a cyber attack as well on Iran. What is the likelihood, in addition to what we are seeing, obviously with these missiles landing inside of and around Tehran, that the U.S. and Israel have also launched cyber attacks that could feasibly do as much damage, if not more, in this ongoing conflict?
I don't have any specific information, but I will tell you it is 100% likely. The use of cyber attacks, we sometimes refer to them inside military circles as cyber bombs. The use of these capabilities in conjunction with what we call kinetic attacks, so that's bombs and missiles and things that explode. The use of cyber and kinetic capabilities simultaneously is really right out of the playbook. So I believe that we used cyber attacks, we used electronic warfare to suppress their ability to communicate, their radars, etc. All of these things are used in these combined arms, very highly sophisticated offensive operations that, frankly, only the United States and a few other nations are capable of synchronizing. We bring every capability we have to bear. We often say in the United States military, we do not like a fair fight, right? So we bring everything we have. You try to blind them, you try to deafen them, you try to mute them, and then you try to kill them.
We know that the Americans have already talked about the fact that they're using Tomahawk missiles, for instance, inside Iran, other missiles as well. How targeted can the Americans and the Israelis be in dropping these missiles inside of Iran? As I've talked about many times throughout this day, Tehran is incredibly dense, right? Many of these leaders of the military inside Iran and leaders of the IRGC, for instance, and some of these sites as well that are being targeted by the Israelis and the Americans, they're in dense areas surrounded by civilian populations, some of them living in high-rise buildings alongside children, women, fathers, daughters, brothers. How targeted can they be in these attacks to avoid civilian casualties?
Civilian casualties are always unfortunate, and I'm always proud of how hard the military works to avoid or to minimize civilian casualties. It's always a calculus. How valuable is the target? How legitimate is the target? How severe will the civilian casualties be? These are very difficult decisions that our targeting officials and ultimately our commanders have to make while they're conducting strikes. That said, our ability to target precisely exceeds any that you'll see anywhere else in the world. We are able to put munitions, precision-guided munitions, literally inside of windows. And we've seen some of that in the past, whether it is some of these senior leaders that we've killed, whether it was ISIS or Soleimani or any others. We've seen the ability to hit a moving car. We have munitions that can kill a passenger in a car while leaving potentially the driver has at least a chance of surviving. That's the ability of precision we have. Now, that said, in some cases, there are either misses, there's mistakes, there's other contributing factors that will cause something to go wrong. It's war. It's a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, people do get killed.
Well, I want to, though, in that vein, talk about, it seems what was being reported a couple of hours ago, which was the attack on a school in southwest Iran, where there were numerous casualties. There are upwards of 50 or so people. When you hear of something like that happening, Colonel, how do you make sense of that?
It's tough. It's always tough to calculate. Now, let's keep in mind that we have not verified that a school was attacked. We know that the Iranians and others are very comfortable putting out misinformation and disinformation as part of their campaign. That said, we certainly have struck hospitals and schools during the conflicts in Iraq and in Afghanistan. These are unfortunate and terrible events. I know for a fact, having been to U.S. Central Command in Tampa, Florida, and watched the weaponeers do their business as they try to design strikes, that our forces do everything they can to avoid or minimize that type of event. We don't know if there was a target inside the school that was attacked and these casualties are collateral damage, or if this was a missile that went astray. We don't know the details yet. We do know in every case our hearts are always broken. We do not want to hurt, kill, maim civilians. That runs counter both to our values and, frankly, to our larger cause. If we are trying to convince the Iranian public to rise up and push out the regime, well, then by injuring or killing Iranian citizens, it works counter to our own stated causes. So this is not something that we want to do. This is not something that anyone's ever happy about. But tragically, this is why many would say war is hell.
Knowing the positioning of all of the military assets the Americans have in place, both by air and by water, in your estimation, how many days of supplies do they have to keep this campaign going before they need to bring in reinforcements?
Yeah, they'll be able to sustain what's going on right now at this level for several weeks, pretty much unbroken. We do have the ability to move resupplies while continuing our operations. Again, this is sort of a unique thing of the American military and sort of a hallmark of the U.S. military really since World War II, and that's our logistical capabilities, our ability to resupply on the move, our ability to resupply forces that are in contact. So this is something that we should be able to sustain easily for the next several weeks, and then perhaps there might have to be a dialing back and an opportunity to resupply. Additionally, of course, there are other aircraft carriers, other assets positioned elsewhere around the globe, and those forces can eventually be moved in to relieve the Ford and the Lincoln and these other ships that are there now.
As we're trying to deduce the timeline here, Colonel, I just have a couple more minutes till the top of the hour. How much notice do these aircraft carriers, for instance, need before they strike? Are they let in on the decision to carry out these strikes early on, or are they told mere minutes before it actually happens?
They were told, most likely they were told weeks, if not months ago. Look, bigger picture.
So if you were the USS Abraham Lincoln, Colonel, and you were making your way to the Arabian Sea, you knew that your mission was eventually going to be, well, at least the higher ups, the folks that were commanding the ship knew that their mission was eventually going to be to strike Iran.
They knew what the mission was. They probably were not given the green light until maybe a day or two before. They didn't know 2 or 3 weeks ago. They knew where they were going. They knew what the target sets were. Remember, we've been looking at Iran, planning targets against Iran for 20 years. Right, so we are American forces, skippers of aircraft carriers, very familiar with the target sets, very familiar with the operational environment, very familiar with the area. So they knew where they were going. They knew what was on the table. Most likely they did not receive the green light. Hey, this is a go, probably within the last 72 hours at the most.
We got about 50 seconds left till the top of the hour. What are you looking for over the next few days as this conflict plays out? What are you going to be watching for?
I'm looking at 2 things. Number one, I'm looking at the Iranians' ability to continue retaliatory strikes. If that begins to tick down, we'll know that we've had significant impact on their offensive capability. And then I'm looking to see who's going to take charge of Iran, in the coming days, assuming the Ayatollah has been killed.
Colonel Steve Warren, thank you, sir, for your expertise. We appreciate you. If you are just joining us, everybody, it is just a couple of seconds away from 6 p.m. Eastern here, 2:30 a.m. in Tehran, where we are following breaking news. The president announcing on his True Social account that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, was killed today in the middle of U.S. and Israeli strikes on that country. The president earlier today telling NBC's Kristen Welker, quote, "The people that make all of the decisions, most of them are gone." The Iranians have not yet confirmed the Ayatollah's death. These were the scenes just hours ago in Iran. U.S. and Israeli forces launching a huge attack, possibly the first of several to come, hitting both military and regime targets inside Iran. U.S. officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, but much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. This is some new video from U.S. Central Command showing the attacks inside Iran. NBC News has learned from 2 U.S. officials that the U.S. aimed to take out Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs while Israel targeted Iran's political and military leaders. Iran, they're hitting back. They're launching a barrage of missiles towards U.S. allies in the Middle East. This video showing what appears to be a drone slamming into an apartment building in Bahrain. Other missiles targeting countries like the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. The president in South Florida at this hour and was at his Mar-a-Lago resort as the attack unfolded overnight. These are some new images released by the White House of the president with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his chief of staff monitoring the strikes as they happened. I want to bring in our international correspondent, Matt Bradley, who is on the ground for us in Tel Aviv. What have you been seeing take place in Tel Aviv over the last few hours or so as the attacks and the missiles have been headed there, Matt?
Yeah, we spoke with, we actually went out to the scene of one of these recent impacts. It was unclear when we were there if what we were seeing was a huge full-size missile that made a full impact, or whether or not it was several pieces of a missile that had been intercepted above. It looks like the Israelis have intercepted most of these missiles. But the fact of the matter is, regardless of what it was that happened, this was a huge impact site. And some of the rescue workers there said that multiple people, at least one person, had been killed. And that's the first fatality that we've heard of here in Israel ever since this latest round of fighting between the Israelis and the Americans and the Iranians started early on this morning. Now, we were walking up, there was glass all over the roadways for blocks and blocks from the actual impact site. And looking at the impact, it looked as though it destroyed at least one building almost completely. Rescue workers told us that several more had already been destroyed. They said, when we were just out there now, that they're still looking for injured and dead people in the rubble. So this is an ongoing situation. The casualty numbers might rise. We don't have a number yet for the number of dead, except to say that at least one person has been killed. But Yasmin, this just goes to show, and when you're someone like me who lives here in Tel Aviv and my team here, when you go out there and you see the extent of the damage, it really drives home why we need to be running into these shelters every time we start to hear the sirens go off, because it doesn't take just a direct hit from one of these Iranian ballistic missiles to potentially kill people. It can be blocks and blocks away, and if you're in an unprotected place, you could be killed by broken glass, you could be killed by debris flying, or by the concussive force of the blast. So it really drives home when you're actually walking around these sites. And again, we did that last summer in June during the last round of conflict. It was really chilling to see just how far one of these impacts can stretch, especially in an urban area.
Matt, the UN convened an Emergency Security Council meeting this afternoon around 4 p.m. here in New York City. And the Iranian ambassador to the UN, Iravani, just spoke. And he said, in part, that Iran is exercising its quote-unquote inherent and lawful right to self-defense, and goes on to say it will continue to do so without hesitation until the aggression ceases. What have we heard from the Prime Minister's office as to how far and how long they're willing to go?
We don't have that information. The Prime Minister just came out just a couple of hours ago in a speech to the public here and said that they have a lot of road left, that this is something that could last. He did not assure the Israeli public that this was going to be one and done in a matter of days. Neither did President Trump. All the officials that we've heard from here in Israel have said repeatedly that this could be a trying time, that it could last for a while. And they basically echoed what President Trump said, that there could be casualties. There is a price to pay. Now, when you speak to the Israeli public after what happened last June, there were about 30 Israelis who were killed in those Iranian strikes on Israel that, again, were retaliating for Israel's preemptive attack against Iran. So that was actually a pretty modest number of casualties, considering that about 1,000 people are thought to have been killed in Iran by Israeli strikes. So far, in what could be, we don't know, but this sounds like it could be the most blistering day of Iranian retaliations against the Israelis. We have seen very, very modest casualty numbers. The numbers of injured, according to the officials that were down at this site that we were just at a moment ago, numbers in the less than 2 dozens. But again, we're talking about an ongoing search and rescue operation, at least one person dead. All of those numbers could very easily climb. But at this early hour in this conflict, despite how unprecedented and confusing all of this is, it looks like the casualties on Israel's side are going to continue to be modest.
We're looking at live pictures on the other side of your screen, as Matt was just talking of the UN Security Council meeting that was convened here in New York City at the UN, just down the street from where I am now, looking at various delegations speaking there with regards to the ongoing conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. And I just read, obviously, a quote from Iran's ambassador to the UN. Matt, as we are talking, the Prime Minister has wanted this for quite some time. That is a fact. He has been kind of gunning, no pun intended, for regime change inside of Iran for a long time. And quite frankly, many people and many analysts I spoke to said that is what he wanted when he went for Gaza after October 7th, that his ultimate objective was to go for Iran and also taking out Iran's proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. Amidst this, there have been moments in which the prime minister has been on not the best of terms with the president, who he considers a friend, and the president considers him a friend. But there have been times in which we felt as if in our reporting they had more a rocky relationship. They seem to be in lockstep now though, in this conflict. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when we're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, he's an incredibly shrewd politician and known here, infamous here in Israel, respected even by those who really, really hate him for his longevity, for his survivability. When you talk about President Trump, that's a different story. You're talking about a much more mercurial character who goes by emotional whims and basically perceptions of himself that might not involve those people who are claiming to be his partners. So any relationship with President Trump is going to be pretty capricious. When you're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, he is a trusted hand among Israeli, especially the Israeli right wing. He is deeply hated by the Israeli left wing. He is a very, very divisive character in this country. But he needs America. And one of the things that we keep hearing from Prime Minister Netanyahu, that actually we've heard from President Netanyahu for several decades, is that when he speaks to the Israeli people, he reminds them over and over again that he and only he, Benjamin Netanyahu, is capable of extracting real concessions from international partners. And when he talks about international partners, he means almost certainly the United States. So this is a relationship that has, as you've mentioned, had valleys and peaks. But at this point, as you said, these two men are very, very close to each other. They seem to be in lockstep. That could change at any time. But the fact of the matter is, these two men, these two countries, have come together in a way that really is unprecedented. This is the first time, perhaps in Israeli history, that the Israelis have assassinated a foreign head of state.
Yeah.
They did so under the aegis of American protection. It was a big, big step. America's involvement in Iran was a big, big step, massive political risk for President Trump. And still, at this early hour, we don't know whether the gamble is going to pay off. I can tell you right now that as far as Israelis on the ground are concerned, what the Iranians have dealt them so far, many Israelis are probably going to turn around and say, and we'll see this in opinion polls, we saw this last June, that the attack was worth it, that the sacrifice was worth it, that the juice was worth the squeeze.
Matt Bradley, thank you again. As you were talking, we were looking at those live pictures from the Emergency UN Security Council convened here in New York City. From that, I want to come to New York, where we find Valerie Castro, who is in New York. She was outside some protests, but is in front of a temple now. Valerie, walk us through what you're seeing and hearing there as they are upping security measures in and around the city.
Yeah, Yasmin, there is a concern that there could be retaliation here on U.S. soil as a result of these strikes. And so the NYPD here says they are monitoring the situation overseas, watching things very closely. And in the meantime, they have stepped up a visible presence at targets like houses of worship, like diplomatic centers. Here at Temple Emmanuel, you can see the NYPD station behind me. So they are stationing themselves to create that visible presence. And we spoke to Jim Kavanaugh, one of our law enforcement analysts, earlier today, and he says the threat of a retaliation is quite possible. He believes there could be an attempt, and so it is crucial and critical for local law enforcement, for federal agencies, including the FBI and CIA, to also coordinate and step up those security patrols, create that visible presence. We asked about the potential for a cyber attack here on U.S. soil, but given that Iran is in a near total blackout when it comes to internet communications, that is less likely of a concern. But again, the NYPD says they are monitoring the situation overseas, as are other law enforcement agencies across the country in various cities like Los Angeles. And again, stepping up patrols, creating that visible presence outside targets like these. Yasmin.
Valerie Castro, thank you. Want to bring in now Nicole Gajewski. She is an Iran Nuclear Policy Program Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Nicole, thanks for joining us on this. I think what's interesting about this, and I'm glad we have you on, is there was a discrepancy as to what was left of Iran's nuclear program. And one of the reasons they were going into these negotiations, the president said, was because they wanted to negotiate a way out of Iran's nuclear program. But if we had rewound to 8 months or so ago, the president had said that Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. What was the state of Iran's nuclear program as of yesterday at this time, before the Americans and the Israelis launched on them?
Well, we can actually really just talk about the state of the Iran nuclear program today, because a lot of the strikes didn't target Iranian nuclear facilities. I mean, since the 12-day war in June 2025, Iran hasn't been enriching. Iran, by all intents and purposes, hasn't really had a nuclear program. There's been some indications that Iran had reconstituted part of its facilities, but overall, Iran's nuclear program really wasn't there, and it wasn't an immediate threat at the time. Though the administration did use this as kind of a justification for the strikes today, in reality, the nuclear program wasn't a looming threat like it was in June 2025.
So when they went into negotiations and they talked about the potential enrichment of uranium up into a certain point, did Iran even have the capability to get uranium to that point, from your understanding and your research and what you have learned from their capabilities?
Yeah, well, it gets a little bit technical, but Iran had their highly enriched uranium stockpile underground, and that was actually that was not damaged during the strikes in June 2025, but Iran had not been able to access those, the stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Additionally, Iran had centrifuge components that hadn't been under oversight since 2021, 2022. So in theory, Iran would have been able to potentially reconstitute their program in the long term. However, gaseous diffusion, the kind of process that involves enrichment, the path that Iran was taking, that typically involves pretty large facilities. And so just given the level of penetration from the Israelis on Iran's nuclear program, it would have been a big red flag. I think this would have been something that they would have detected, and also satellite imagery there. So if Iran really was reconstituting at the scale that they actually had their program in 2025, I think that this would be much more of a threat. But at the moment, right now, it's a very constrained program. There's no enrichment. There is some evidence that Iran is trying to either rebuild facilities, or we're trying to rebuild facilities, and also cover up some of the tunnels that had some of the material.
Were they able to amp up enrichment when the president had pulled out of the original JCPOA in his first term?
Yes. I mean, so Iran waited about a year until breaching the terms of the JCPOA. The JCPOA essentially capped enrichment at 3.67%. And every few months, Iran would progressively go up in percentages. So we saw Iran eventually getting up to 60% highly enriched uranium, and that's quite close to weapons grade.
Which, by the way, you don't need, I don't mean to cut you off, but you don't need 60% uranium for energy throughout Iran, which is what the Iranian government was claiming they were enriching this uranium for. You don't need to enrich it to that percentage point. That is for potentially a bomb, right?
Exactly. I mean, well, there's some usage of it, like, for example, like civilian maritime fuel, but that's not really what Iran was trying to do. They sometimes would use that as a justification in talks. But in reality, Iran was trying to leverage their threshold status. So basically enrich uranium up to the point where they can use it as a token in bargaining. And there was no civilian, really ostensible civilian purposes for Iranian enrichment up to 60%. 20% would have been justified because that could have fueled part of their Tehran research reactor. But beyond that, it really was to be a bargaining chip.
I know that you've seen some of our satellite imagery, Nicole, and I don't know if you can figure out what you can make of it and the blast that we have seen of some of the military sites and the nuclear sites that the United States went for, but how much damage have they been able to, have they made to these potential nuclear sites inside Iran from what you can see in the satellite imagery that's being reported?
Well, the satellite imagery from today is really focused, I think, mostly on the missile bases. And that's crucial because it would be, Iranian retaliation. A lot of those are in the west of Iran. I haven't seen satellite imagery around Natanz, Esfahan, or Fordow, though I have seen, reports of strikes around those provinces. With Fordo and Natanz, those are pretty much destroyed facilities. There was some concern about a new construction of a complex right by Natanz, and I haven't seen evidence of that actually being targeted in this salvo of strikes, though it's very possible that these will be targeted tomorrow, for example.
So to be clear from your understanding and your research that you have done in this area where you spend your time, Iran claiming that they were enriching uranium for civilian purposes was not truthful.
No, I mean, the fact that Iran was enriching up to 60% was a response to the Trump administration's withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. And for them, at least from my understanding, is they tried to use this as a kind of progressive token of leverage with the United States. And that ultimately backfired. Iran really assumed that the United States would be much more rational. They would actually cave into some of the demands and the threat of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. To give Iran some concessions, whether it be sanctions relief or kind of decreasing pressure on Iran in the region. That never really came to fruition. And so in many ways, Iran kind of gambled. And a lot of what we're seeing today is actually a result of miscalculation and also investing an incredible amount of money in a nuclear program that really turned out to be quite hollow and also, shallow when it came to what it gave back to the Iranian people. And so in itself, it's somewhat of a tragedy that they pursued this program without actually that kind of foresight.
To be clear, though, Iran is surrounded by nuclear-armed countries, right? Pakistan and Israel. Israel not being as forthcoming with their nuclear arsenal, but there are nuclear-armed countries surrounding Iran.
Yeah, I mean, I think Iran's actually initial rationale for, when they did have Iran did have a covert weapons program up until 2003, and there's evidence that they abandoned that after. But the initial rationale for potentially developing nuclear weapons capability was the concern actually about being invaded, about the concern about essentially what is happening today. Right. This is partly why Iran originally thought and conceived of having a kind of a nuclear deterrent. Though they never followed through with it. I mean, had they done the North Korea model, maybe things would have looked different. I mean, it wouldn't have been great for the region. It wouldn't have been great for the Iranian people, though it would have been more strategic on their hands. But instead, they kind of used this threshold status where they were in the middle of between a nuclear weapon state and a non-nuclear weapon state, and they used that kind of ambiguity as a way to, in their view, extract concessions. But that didn't actually happen. It actually ended up really firing back on them.
Nicole Gajewski, really important stuff, and we are thankful that you were sharing it with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to bring in now Hagar Chamali, who is a former official with the U.S. United Nations delegation and the National Security Council. Hagar, thanks for joining us on this. We were just actually taking a listen to the emergency session of the UN Security Council in which the Iranian ambassador to the UN spoke and said they had the right, and I'm paraphrasing here, to defend themselves, and they will go essentially to the very end. In that room as well was the U.S. delegation along with other countries as well. Not sure if you had an opportunity to take a listen or get a readout of that, of what took place in there, but what did you make of what we heard from the Iranian ambassador to the United States amidst this conflict?
Sure, I mean, any nation has the right to defend itself, but that's not what the Iranian regime is doing. They're terrorizing the Gulf right now, and the reason is because they don't want to get into a direct conflict with the United States or Israel. So instead of engaging us militarily or Israel, and we're all prepared, they're terrorizing the Gulf by launching drones and attacks at the UAE, at Bahrain, at Kuwait, and Qatar. And you've now had some damage done. You've had one drone that blew up in the UAE. The Kuwaiti airport was struck, and then you have something that was hit at our base in Bahrain, and injuries reported so far. When the fact that they're doing that, by the way, is just underscores the extent to which this regime is nothing more than a terrorist group and an organized crime syndicate, because their belief is that by pressuring the Gulf, by terrorizing them this way, that it might increase pressure on the U.S. and Israel to stop what they're doing, and that it also might make the Gulf side with Iran. But it's actually really a dumb strategy, because it's only going to push the Gulf closer to the U.S. side in this instance.
That's exactly what I was going to argue is why would these Gulf states then subsequently side with Iran? In fact, wouldn't it just create more enemies for Iran? I mean, the map is on the screen right now, right? Just look at the geography. Iran is surrounded by all of these Gulf states, you see where they have hit as well. It now seems as if it is Iran against Israel, against the United States, and the potential for them to be against these Gulf states as well with what they've fired so far.
Yes. In fact, one of the things I expect to come out of this, and we will come out of this, is that these Gulf countries are likely going to turn to the United States after and say, you know what, we want to make a deal with you, just as Qatar did a few months ago, of some kind of defense alliance, some kind of mutual defense pact, so that we know that we'll have the protection of the United States, potentially Israel as well, by the way, in the event. And this is if the regime doesn't fall. The regime, by the way, already has no economic leg to stand on. Whether or not you had strikes, this regime was about to face a massive economic collapse, which would likely have crumbled it to its own death. One of the things I like to say is that the regime was standing on a cliff, and these strikes are basically about pushing them over the cliff. And so if the regime were to even continue, or if they don't continue, but you might have the risk of instability, one of the things I expect is that these Gulf states will double down on their partnership with the United States and hope to get some kind of security agreements out of this.
You know, it's interesting because I'm reading some of the statements from the delegations at the UN, and I'm hearing from Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, and he says, quote unquote, diplomacy was exhausted, right? And as I heard from some of my own sources inside Iran, there was some optimism with Hagar, the ongoing diplomacy, not because they supported the regime, but because they didn't want Iran destroyed during war, right? They think about Afghanistan, they think about Iraq, they see what happened there. They don't want that to happen to Iran. They don't want to see a mass casualty situation inside Iran as we saw in those countries as well. I'm wondering if the United States and Israel subsequently, because they're acting on this together, if you feel as if they were going into these diplomatic talks in good faith, or with the ultimate intention of carrying out these attacks that they did overnight?
Well, let's say a bit of a mix here, because they certainly entered them in good faith. The fact is that the talks were doomed from the start. And the reason for that is that the United States had 4 requirements that they wanted to speak with the Iranian government about. That was their nuclear program, their ballistic missiles, their support for terrorist proxies across the region, and their human rights abuses. And from the get-go, the Iranian regime said, nope, we're only talking about the nuclear program. We're not even going to discuss the 3 out of the 4, which, by the way, that is bold to say when you are on the weaker side of this. The Iranian regime is the one that's in a weakened position, particularly since last June. The United States and Israel literally own their skies. So, but again, not surprising. I mean, from my own experience in government, the Iranian regime is very good at negotiating usually, typically, not this round perhaps, but they're very sophisticated in it, and they try to always have the upper hand. But when I saw that, I knew from the moment that happened that these talks were doomed. But at the same time, you can't blame a government for going in and saying, you know, you're going to the negotiations as the U.S. and you have this massive military buildup, the largest military buildup in the Persian Gulf since the invasion of Iraq, hoping there's a real chance there that when you have that show of force and flex, that could really pressure the Iranian regime. So if the U.S. could actually come out with all of its demands, well, then that'd be great. But the way it started off, it was a little bit doomed from the start. It was still worth a shot. I didn't have much faith in it. And you mentioned, Yasmin, earlier in the show how you knew from your contacts that the United States administration from the beginning was interested in regime change. That is also my understanding as well.
You know, though, I think it's interesting because Iranians on the ground, they want change, right? But they don't want to see change at the hands of the loss of thousands upon thousands of civilians, and they want this to happen quickly. I think the question that we have had continuously is whether or not the United States knows what happens on day 4, on day 5, on day 10, whenever this barrage ends, and if they have a plan in place, right? If their plan was regime change from the beginning, ultimately, do they have a plan for what happens after, or is it leave it to the Iranians and then we'll see?
They've definitely been thinking about this for a long time, and I know that they're talking to key activists, and I know they're talking to many activists, human rights activists, women's rights activists. They've met with the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, a number of times. I don't know if they are actually trying to plan out the day after, because that doesn't work very well as well for the future of the next Iranian state, right? Because then it appears as though it's something that was molded by the United States or handpicked by the United States. So they're careful to come out and endorse any one leader in particular or any one specific plan, but they are doing a lot of behind the scenes planning in this regard in general of how it could look. And when you think about what could happen, you have three different scenarios. One is a military coup, which would be devastating. I'm not trying to pretend that I would rather have the Iranian regime. However, a military coup, there's never been in history a military coup that resulted in more stability or a less of a crackdown. So that's one scenario. The second would be that Iran fractures. I don't think that this is a likely scenario, but it's one that we have to think about given that it is a very diverse nation. And the third is a scenario where there is a scenario for a stable or at least somewhat stable transition. There's always going to be the risk of instability, particularly when you're talking about Islamists. And we have to remember that. You're talking about the IRGC, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is steeped in a fundamentalist Islamic way of governing and worldview. And so that could pose big problems. But you do have a chance of a future where there's a constitutional monarchy. This is what I've heard as a plan. Constitutional monarchy where they usher in it democratic reforms and they ensure a system where everyone's represented, right? The diverse nation.
Yeah, we have to see what happens next, certainly. We'll all be watching. Hagar Chemali, thank you. Appreciate it. We're almost near the bottom of the hour. I want to go quickly to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who's traveling with the president near his home in West Palm Beach, Florida. We got about 90 seconds to the bottom of the hour, Julie. Give us an update on what we're learning there at Mar-a-Lago, where the president is this evening.
Well, the president, Yasmin, is still monitoring the situation very closely. We know his top allies are going to be around him all weekend long as they see this unfold. And remember the task that the president had put on the Iranian people, the protesters that we saw there rise up over the last several weeks that you were just talking about now. That is who the administration is watching closely now to see if they can try to unfold this next step of what the administration, in the president's words, had started for the Iranian people. I want to give you an update, though, on what the president is doing tonight. It is back to politics in many ways for the president, who we do not expect to see on camera, either in a recorded message, although that could change, or in person here in Florida. He is going to attend and pop by a political dinner that is being held, a fundraiser for the Republican Party. And remember what he did a couple of hours ago before he got off that plane in Palm Beach. He was at a political event in Texas. So this is a president that is both focused on domestic issues, but also, of course, in Mar-a-Lago here watching this sixth major military operation that he has watched unfold from his Florida estate. So many questions still left to answer, especially when it comes to what happens back in Washington, D.C. when the president eventually makes his way up there, and the lawmakers that he's going to face there who have many questions for him in terms of the day after, and whether Congress will reassert its role here, of course, as well, Yasmin.
An incredibly historic day. Julie Sirkin, thank you. The last 18 hours have been eventful, to say the least, in this joint attack between the United States and Israel on Iran, and the confirmation of the killing and death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who was in power in Iran since 1989 after the death of the real godfather of the revolution, Khomeini. Thanks for watching our special coverage on NBC News Now. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. Stick with us. A special edition of NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas starts right now.